Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tyranny of Dragons. I'm Mr. DM, and with me are my wonderful players. Hello, wonderful players.
Aloha.
Hello. And just for those who might not remember last session, I want to once again a huge welcome and thank you to our latest player, Rennie Stern, who's playing Onthar Frume. Thank you for joining us, dear Rennie, being here.
It has been a pure joy. Truly a pure joy.
And it's just going to get better, without a doubt. But yes, thank you. Welcome to my wonderful players. Welcome to all of you. I'm going to just run through some very quick announcements, and then we will get started. So yes, people are already starting, for the first announcement, already starting to get the inspirations going here. So yes, you can give us inspirations. Player inspirations are a hell of a lot cheaper. And you can get to up to 3 per session. And you can determine whether an individual person gets it or the group. If the group is the determining factor there, they will decide how to use their inspirations. But if you're feeling a little randy, a little saucy, or even a little Jeff, you can give me a DM inspiration. And you, like I said, it's a little more expensive, but so use it wisely, but definitely use it. And don't worry, if your inspiration is not used at the end of the stream, you will have your channel points refunded back to you. Second announcement, there will not be any streams tomorrow and Friday. So no D&D tomorrow, no Wildmount tomorrow, and no Friday Night Magic on Fridays, unfortunately. This Friday. This is the beginning of the busy season for me at my job. So things are a little hectic. Thankfully, I was able to do tonight's session, but the rest of the week and next week is going to be a little crazy for me. So as far as I'm concerned right now, nothing has changed next week. But oh my God, kitty cat attack! That was so cute. Kitty cat attack. There we go. So cute. And there's my dog, of course. That's right. Get him. As I was saying, I don't know if that's going to change next week, but we'll definitely be, if it does, if my busy season gets too busy next week, we'll make sure that we let you know well in advance what's happening. But again, no stream tomorrow, no stream on Friday. Hopefully be back next week without any issues, but we'll see. Real life, folks. You know, things are changing. Things are starting to open up, and schedules are changing, and yeah, things are just crazy on my end. So last thing I want to do is run sessions where I'm just phoning it the fuck in. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to my players. So this is what we're gonna do. And lastly, as I always say, my players are some of the most talented, wonderful people there are. So please support all of their projects, all of their things. When we get to our break, you will see all of the advertisements, all of the things that they're doing. They are super talented, amazing people. Please support all of their stuff. We definitely appreciate all of the support you're giving us here on the stream, but you know, these folks have their own projects as well, and they are better. You know, they're awesome, if not better than what we're doing here. So please support all of the things. If you don't, I will track you down, and you know, I don't know. I'll do a Jay and Silent Bob thing to you. I don't know. Read that how you want. But as far as, let's see, I think that's about it as far as announcements are concerned. So without further gilding the lily, let's get going on our next session of Tyranny of Dragons. And we are back. So, as we move forward in our session this week, let's talk about what happened last time. Last time, you had not only fought your way through some strange apparitions that ejected themselves somehow from the hunter's livery, taking the form of these kind of corrupted dinosaur creatures similar to Teague, but definitely much more corrupt in their nature. As you saw, their feathers were like this purplish black. They seem to, as pieces of them seem to fall apart off of them, or as they were destroyed, they just exploded into this black, foul-smelling ash. But thankfully, leaving that area once you completed that battle, and deciding that your next step was to visit the capital of Elturel, so you could meet up with Leosin, the monk that you had saved from the raider camp, but also to see what your next steps from there would be. You did find a clue during your battle. Unsure exactly what happened, but seemingly a teleportation mishap, possibly, left a severed arm, some treasure that wasn't 100% whole, and a note which actually told you where a number of the caravan of raiders were actually headed to Baldur's Gate. So with that information in hand and meeting with Leosin, you made your way to the capital of Elturel, specifically to the tavern known as A Pair of Black Antlers. There you tried to find Leosin, unfortunately were unable to, but were pointed in the direction of a rather stalwart paladin by the name of Onthar Frume. Onthar, knowing Leosin...
Bless you.
Gesundheit. You met up with him, and him knowing Leosin, you began to inform him of what was going on, specifically why you were there to meet with Leosin. And after some Q&A, you were taken under his protection with some stipulations, making sure that you knew exactly where you stood and what being under his specific protection means. He began to take you out to the building where him and his men stay, and you decided that you would make sure that it was quite all right to actually bring and have with you the last 2 dragon eggs, black dragon eggs, which you have not shown to him as of yet. You were just about to when we finished the session.
That's right, it was a cliffhanger. That's right, I forgot.
So currently, as it stands right now, you are in the back of the actual tavern. There is kind of a stable area in the back. You've able to put Teague back there, along with the eggs themselves, which are now covered by some fabric, and you're just getting ready to pull it off to find out from Onthar if this is copacetic. Is this something that is okay that we can do? So that's currently where we are right now.
Right, cliffhanger unwrapping video. That's
yes,
where we are.
Yes, yep.
Pretty much.
Everyone loves unboxing videos. Let's now.
Oh, yeah.
Black Dragon Egg.
So
That's a rare.
Yep. So you just basically, at this point, Onthar's just standing there. You're grabbing the tarp and you're pulling it off to show Onthar. You see 2 large eggs. They are about 3 foot tall. And they're strange looking. Half of them, the lower half of these eggs are like this ivory white color. The upper half is this kind of very black, leathery, kind of scale skin. And with your experience, Onthar, they look like dragon eggs, but not like any dragon eggs you've ever encountered. In your experience, you've destroyed some dragon eggs in your time. You've seen the remnants of destroyed dragon eggs. The white part of these dragon eggs is what's throwing you off. But this is currently what you see. This is what's happening. And they're all kind of staring at you now, waiting for some kind of response from you as to, is this cool? Is this not cool? That kind of thing.
So, Onthar definitely takes a beat. Studies them again. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
Probably.
I mean,
Yes.
mostly yes.
Now, I've been around the block, as they say, so I recognize what I'm looking at, but they don't look right.
That's also true.
That is
Yes.
a very long story.
I mean, we could sum it up, though. They weren't fully developed into black dragon eggs, and we figured with kindness and purity, we kind of like started caring for them and staying with them when we kidnapped them from the evil dragon cult. And they began to start turning pure again, because apparently dragons, when they're formed, they kind of make a choice depending on their environment and nurture. We had a big argument about it, whether or not we should just kill them or if they could be redeemed. And I thought that since they weren't born yet, you had to give them a chance. You would know. I mean, it's part of our oath.
Listen, I am all for redemption. I am all for giving those a chance who want to take that chance and make themselves better. You said black dragons.
Well, they were.
They were, but they are no longer, is what we are saying.
Okay, the point is, we're not sure a black dragon's the one that squeezed him out. They're eggs that were in a nest dedicated to
The bad one. Let's not mention the name. That one.
Her black aspect. So we think they were turning into them because they were in there. Once we took them out, they're less black than they were. So we're hoping we can find a place to put them where they'll finish the job with something more friendly.
It seems that Bahamut has been blessing them. They were almost completely black when we found them. They are, as you can see, currently about half, and currently still receding.
Now,
DM.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
DM, would I know where they got the eggs from?
No, that when you showed up with the rest of the raiders at the camp, the hatchery was already established and the eggs were already there, and only a select few were actually allowed in there. So you don't know where they came from. You just knew that this was the hatchery, and you were told they're black dragon eggs.
And I did have a vision, and I don't believe I shared it with anyone, about where I saw the eggs came from.
No, we did talk about that because
we did?
was
Okay.
trying to remember. It's like, it's a volcanic sort of area, and we don't have a specific location, but we have a general terrain.
There we go. Yes. Then we. Yeah.
And I would like to add on that I am also, a bit reptilian in nature, and I've been evolving for certain situations as I need.
Laddie, you're not a dragon. Let's start there.
No. But I'm saying that these creatures, if they adapt and change due to their environment, they were being raised in a horrible place that was tainted by bad things. And as we brought them out and started taking care of them, I build nests and I sleep with them, they started getting better.
So the reason we've come here is it's too dangerous to carry them around with us. They're too fragile and they're too valuable. People see them, they're going to try to take them. But we don't know what to do with the damn things. We want to find a place, if there's a way to keep them safe somewhere where they're going to turn into something, that are friendly rather than monsters. We want to do it, but we've got these cultists running around as well. So we've got to keep moving and find a safe place for these guys. And we're at our wits' end. We don't know where to go.
And I suggested that there might be Order of the Gauntlet people that could help us, because that's what we do.
Listen. There's helping you, and there's sanctuary, and I'm offering both, including your, and Onthar gestures at the 2 eggs, your package. But you have to know you're playing with fire here. I'm not a dragonologist. I am not learned about all things dragon, but what I do know is it doesn't get worse than black dragons. They are vile, evil corruptors. And I kind of gesture immediately at Alana to be like, if Bahamut has given you a vision, I trust Bahamut. I trust that your faith has guided you at least here and perhaps beyond, but I will keepsake these for you, but you have to realize you're putting a target on you by carrying them. You took them from the cult. I'm sure it's not lost on you that they're going to want their property back.
Well, they cut their losses. They probably couldn't take these with them. I'm sure they'd love them back, but I don't know if they're gonna send people immediately. The point is, none of us know enough about dragons. We need to find someone who does, that we can talk to them long enough to get some answers. Not saying we turn them over to that person because we don't know them. Wizards know these things, but wizards also will see these as ingredients. We don't necessarily want to do that either.
Hey, I don't want to put them in a stew or anything. I mean, I said no. I know, I'm just saying.
But you didn't reach out to your mafia, did you?
No, I did not.
No.
I have not told Eben or anyone else yet.
You haven't. You could have.
Well, listen, for the time being, and I'll kind of take a corner of the tarp and slide it back over the eggs. For the time being, they're safe with me. But you need to ask yourself some really serious questions here. What happens when they hatch? What happens if you can't change their nature? Which, by the way, I think is a fool's errand, but again, I'm not a dragonologist. If anything, the person here who you should be listening to, and I point a finger right at Alana, is Bahamut's... Amala, thank you.
Yeah.
Amala is Bahamut's voice. Because if there's anyone who knows what to do about dragons, chromatic, metallic, crystal, that's the one to know. If you're looking for an academic avenue, there might be a library or some folk I can get you in touch with, but this sort of thing is... there's not many in all of the lands that Faerun covers. I could poke around some of my contacts and see if there's any learned folk, but if it were me, and it were up to me, and I were following Torm's faith, and again, he kind of picks up that gauntleted fist, I'd turn him into powder. But it's not up to me. They are safe under my care. I will not have any harm come to them. But this is beyond me, and
I might be new, and I'm going to interrupt because I'm a little offended, sir. Which is, one of our beliefs is punishing an evil act is just, punishing an evil thought is not. So if you are going to preemptively punish them without giving them the chance to be good, then it's against what we believe. And that's not what I signed up for.
Gorpal, I know we've just met, and we haven't established ranks and such between. But this, again, he points at the tarped structure, this represents a threat that could harm hundreds, thousands potentially, over centuries of time if it's not dealt with. And you might not like it. It may not be what you believe. But in the Order of the Gauntlet, we have to assess threats, especially in Elturgard. And he points up at the sun that shouldn't be there, but is currently high in the sky. We assess threats every single day. And I'll tell you, I've made some hard decisions in my time. This would be a pretty easy decision for me.
I have an idea or a suggestion, but you guys are probably going to say no, because it's probably a risk. I mean, we should just probably keep them under the tarp. But, like, Imala, do you think the Temple of Bahamut would take them into their care and raise them and make them good? Would they do something like that? If Bahamut, like, ordered it so, maybe?
I don't believe there's a temple in this city for Bahamut. I believe there's a shrine.
Oh, that's right.
But not a temple.
Just like
Correct.
there's only a shrine
This-
for Sume, too.
The city is a refuge, but it's not really going to have the answers we're looking for. So right now, well, we rest our feet for the night. We start figuring out what questions are we asking, what questions can we get answered here. And we do appreciate, Onthar, that you're willing to give them your protection. And believe me, I feel the exact same way that you do about all of this, except that, I came back from the wars and my parents had adopted a new boy who was an orc, and he's my brother, so I've learned to give him a chance, that sort of thing. So I'm giving Gorble a chance to prove his theory.
And I also made the agreement, if they hatch black, we're going to put them down. If they are truly a chromatic dragon when they are born, I will follow Vincent and I will follow Amala's guidance to destroy them. But if they are born and they're not that means we could get allies. These are incredibly powerful and intelligent creatures. And it also...
Listen, Gorple, honestly, I hope you're right. I hope that Bahamut smiles upon them and removes their chromatic and vile nature. But I don't know what the chances of that are, but if you want my advice, and it's going to sound pretty cliche, but my answer, pray upon it. Bahamut has your answers. There are dragonologists, but if it were me, I'd go to the source. Come on. And Onthar will kind of lead your wagon in. There's a back area. There's other horses stabled. You will see there is one stable that's a little larger that has this mountain goat. But it's not just like, oh, hey, look, a mountain goat. It is like a mountain goat that has been working out for the past 10 years. It's got metal barding and armor plated. The horns have like studs of metal on them. And he leads you into another stall, but as he passes by, he seems to rub the face of this mountain goat.
Wait, could I get barding for Teague?
Who's Teague? And I imagine you.
And you see like a feathered, almost raptor, like Dionysus, that's been like protecting the eggs, lurks from behind. It's covered in like tribal, I think, red tattoos that are definitely from a jungle environment. But he has some strange spots, kind of purplish along areas that don't seem like they match.
Well, I'm sure we could arrange something. I will say though, your what was it called again?
Well, his name is Teague.
Teague doesn't seem particularly meaty, so metal barding might weigh him down. I mean, there's other options, just not as protective. But you're and he does, at this point he kind of comes over, puts a hand on your shoulder. You're part of the order. And,
watch out! Don't touch my skin. As I kind of like move to make sure you touch the clothing.
Again, he has gauntleted hands, so you're pretty sure that he's okay. But fair enough. He
just be
kind of
careful.
goes like, "Oh, All right then. Wipes it on his.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of the slime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we take care of our own in the order. So we might be able to help you, but I've never outfitted anything like a Teague.
I mean, I had to buy a very exotic and expensive saddle back in Phandalin, so I mean, Teague's naturally tough and his hide is very strong. I just never had the idea that you could get barding. I had no idea that you could do that.
Why, of course. Haven't you seen a warhorse? I mean, Besson here, and, he grabs a little bit of hay and little feed and feeds Besson right out of his hand. Besson here's been with me for decades.
Teague's been with me for about a year, which is a pretty long time since I'm only 3.
You're 3 years old?
Yeah, we matured about 1 year, and then I lived a year in Chult in Port Nayavar, and then I kind of sailed over here because my people are evil and terrible.
Well, Torm, take my eyes. Apparently I've seen it all now. Why don't we get inside? I'll get you some food, show you your lodgings, bit of drink maybe, and we can kind of talk about your next step. Do you want to take your eggs in?
Yeah, I can set them up where I'll stay. I'll make a nest.
Sure.
All right.
So I will Drover. I'll heft up one of them.
Yep. Someone's going to need to take another one.
I will also take the other one.
Okay. So you begin carrying these. Keeping them covered, of course. But you begin following Onthar into, and you see it is a rather large building. It looks, for lack of a better term, it looks like a boarding house that's about 3 stories tall. And as you walk in, immediately you are hit with the smells of beer and ale and meats. There are a number of tables set up on the first floor and that are just filled with people in various states of armoredness. Some of them are in just heavy studded leather. Some of them are in chains. Some of them in scale. Some of them in partial plate. You can see arm wrestling contests happening. It feels like this is a larger version of what you just left in the tavern. And as you walk in, the din, which is fairly loud because people are just talking and laughing and having a great time, just kind of comes to an immediate stop. And everybody just kind of turns to the door and they just watch you come in. And as Onthar kind of comes in, they all see Onthar and then look at all of you, and then they just go right back to what they're doing. Immediately, Onthar, you see this half-elven boy, probably like mid to late teens, come running up to you. He's wearing just leather, but he's got the tabard of Torm on, and you recognize this as Thottis. This is your squire. And Thottis comes running up and goes, Master Frume, who are they?
Well, Squire Thottis, we are gonna have some guests for a few days. These are very special guests of mine, personally. They'll introduce themselves in time, but Squire, I'm tasking you with, if they ask for something, they're gonna go to you, and you're gonna get it done, right?
Of course, Master, yes. Of course. And immediately, before you even finish, he turns around. You, upstairs, 3rd floor, make it better. We've got guests, let's go. And immediately 4 individuals just jump up, all the 4 that he pointed to, and they just run up the stairs. There's no pause. They just run right up the stairs. I'll go make sure that all of it's directed. I'm sorry, don't mean to be rude. We'll do introductions later. I want to make sure you have excellent quarters to stay in. Master Frume?
Thank you.
And he turns around and books it, like just runs as if somebody just lit a fire under his ass. And
Boy's gonna be a hell of a sergeant one day.
And you just hear the all five of these individuals running upstairs. You just hear the footsteps of them as they kind of disappear upstairs. But you're kind of standing here in this area, and Onthar, you're able to get as you just walk towards a table, it immediately clears, and the rest of you can kind of sit there waiting until you actually have a space to call your own.
Oh, Master Onthar, is Teague allowed inside?
We prefer the animals in the stables, if that's all right.
He's fully smart and sentient. He's also used to work as a bar back in Neverwinter.
He did, briefly.
I'm sorry. You're gonna have to run that by me one more time.
So there was a bar that, unfortunately, my friend who's no longer with us helped run, and during when we were kind of resting for a bit, Teague learned how to sling drinks.
I am truly impressed.
He has an apron. I reach into my backpack and I pull out an apron. He has an apron and everything.
As you pull out the apron, you see the front door that you just came in slightly open, and you see his snout kind of peek in, and he's just like staring at you. But
he can also open doors.
He's not coming all the way, but he's just kind of like head peeking in.
He'll be more popular if you let him serve the drinks, I promise.
I thought I had seen it all, but I was wrong, so you get that bad boy in here.
Teague! You gotta go to work.
Just wait, Master Onthar. There's more things you're probably going to see with us that you've never seen before.
The door flies wide open, and Teague just, his heavy nails just clicking on the wood of the floor. Immediately, you hear the drawing of swords and weapons, as everybody's just now staring at this creature coming in through the door. Onthar,
boys, give it a moment.
All right, buddy. And I'll just kind of walk over to him and I'll tie his apron onto him. All right. I look. Is there like a counter where people are serving drinks?
There is a kind of a mini bar, right?
All right.
Like it's not a full counter, but it's like a half counter.
I look at Teague and I cast Speak with Animals and I go, listen, buddy, you got to impress my new boss. It's really important. And I will cast guidance on him and I go get those drinks off that counter and bring them to us. Try not to spill. I'll be ready to catch them just in case.
All right. Make a dexterity check for Teague. I can't believe this.
So I rolled a 2, so that's a 9.
A 9. Okay. So Onthar, you just watch as Teague, wearing this apron and his short little arms, just goes over to the counter, and you can see that the drinks that are kind of placed on there for anybody to grab are a little too far for him to actually like grab. So he goes behind and he begins pushing with his snout so they actually go towards the edge of the bar. Unfortunately, one of the drinks does fall over, and you just watch him and he just kind of looks around and immediately just starts licking and slurping it up till it's mostly gone. And then the other two drinks that he grabs with one hand and he grabs with the other, and he starts walking over to your table. The drinks slosh a little. By the time he gets to the table, they're not full anymore, but he just kind of places them down and kind of pushes them, one towards Gorple and one towards Drovar. And he's just like, ah. And you understand this, Gorple, as, do you need any more?
Oh, that was so great. I think we're good, and I'll pull out some jerky and like.
Yeah.
Also, he has a penchant for drinking. He's a bit of a lush.
Thank you, Teague.
Clever boy, I suppose. I've never seen anything like it, and I mean, it needs work. I'm not gonna lie to you, Corporal. I'm gonna play it straight. It needs work, but damn if that wasn't impressive. Listen, the boys can be a bit jumpy. They come in at all hours of the night. I'm gonna say this for now. If it's all right with you, could you keep Teague on the outside? I thank you for the demonstration, truly, but you know, I'm not always here. The boys might get punchy.
I mean, how about this? Could I keep him in here as long as he stays by my side? And if I'm not here, I'll leave him in the stables. Because I don't like when they kick him out of bars and stuff.
Gorple, make a persuasion check. And Onthar, I'm gonna say make an insight check.
Or
I got 15.
I got a 22 insight.
Okay. So you feel like Warple is super proud of Teague.
Right.
And so, like a proud parent, he kind of embellishes some of Teague's abilities, but he 100%, you absolutely feel like Teague will be under his protection should you agree to this. And Gorple seems very like he believes exactly everything he's saying, without any question. So it's kind of up to you at this point.
I will add also, you will probably sense a little bit of worry on the edge of him letting Teague out of his sight.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Onthar kind of strokes his beard for a few moments. All right, Gorple. Part of being in the Order of the Gauntlet is listening to orders, but part of it also is knowing your own way and having conviction. And I can see that conviction in you now. So here's my compromise to you. While you are present, under your direct supervision, Teague can be inside. If Teague damages anything, if something happens, it is on you. You are responsible for the beast and yourself. Otherwise, when you are not inside or not not under supervisory position, Teague will have to stay outside. Does that seem fair?
I nod to you. I looked at Teague. Yeah, he understands everything you said, so I'm pretty sure he's cool with that too. You good with that, bud? Yeah. All right. Yeah. I'd like to talk to you in private at another time, Onthar, about some things that I've been dealing with that might be part of our business, but also just worries that I've been having recently.
Well, I wanted to go to the shrine for soon, so I can go do that.
Listen, there's a map on the wall in the other room. If you want to kind of get your bearings on where to go and what to do, step through the hall down there on the left. You should see a big old map of Elturel. Don't mind the little pins and maps that we've put on there. That's for our own purposes.
Sure.
But you should be fine.
Okay. And Basha will excuse herself and go do that.
Drovar
I'll be back
will
to
go.
drink later.
Drovar will go with her. He's curious
thank you.
about getting the layout.
Okay. So you're kind of sitting there. Everybody who has pulled a weapon is just staring in disbelief at what they just saw Teague do, bringing the drinks over to your group. So most folks have kind of put their weapons away, but except for two individuals who they didn't put their weapons away, not because they didn't want to. They just seem in complete and utter awe and shock of what they just saw. You see a small gnome with scale mail on. Their hair is tied back, and they have like a long ponytail just kind of tied off almost like in a top knot, and then it just kind of drifts off to the back. And they're holding what looks like this really wicked looking mace. The other individual is a complete stark difference between from the gnome, is this large hippo-like creature, humanoid creature, in full plate mail, who's holding a greatsword in one hand. And the greatsword is kind of like dropped to the ground. It's not like in a threatening way. And they're just staring at Teague, and then just kind of look at each other, and then and then immediately realize they haven't put their weapons away yet, and then just and they start putting their weapons away. The large hippo humanoid just kind of puts it in the back, and they start walking over to your table. And as they walk over, the gnome is just kind of like, hi, and just like waving to all of you, but staring at Teague. And they look at you and go, hi, yeah, I'm Banza, and this is Fimin. And the hippo humanoid is just like, hi. Who's that? And points at Teague.
Oh, that's Teague. He's my friend.
Is he the new bartender?
I mean, he knows how to tend bars, but I don't know if he's the new bartender. That's kind of on your boss.
Yeah, they kind of look at each other again, as if they're kind of there's like this unspoken bond. They just look at each other, and then Femin, and I'm. He, right? That's a he. It's a he.
Mhm.
He's from Chult, right?
Yeah, he's from my home.
And for the first time, they didn't even realize what you were or who you are. They for the first time realized that you are a grunt. And then they go, oh, and they just kind of like look at you now. And now they're kind of looking at all of you. It's and Femin just looks at you, Onthar, and says, please forgive. It's just we were stationed in Chult like a decade ago, and we used to see these creatures. Like, we helped rid certain villages of threats of creatures like this, and this one is serving drinks. So you can kind of imagine our shock and surprise.
I get it, lads.
We don't mean any disrespect at all. But wow. You said Teague? Teague is his name? Okay. Nice to meet you, Teague.
Teague, shake his hand. I guess he wants to do that.
Yeah, Teague just all right. Because you still have speak with animals up, and just kind of puts out his like claw, and it's just like kind of like moving like this, and the large hippo's like kind of looks down at the gnome. You go first, and the gnome's like, I always go first. Fine. And they kind of go over to Teague and kind of shake their hand, and is like, nice to meet you, Teague. This is fucking weird. Just kind of pulls back slightly.
If you want to get on his good side, jerky or meats, definitely the way to go. Also, he likes beer.
They just kind of look at each other and go, all right, we just wanted to. Yeah, okay, it was nice meeting all of you. We'll get your names later. We're gonna go over there now. And it just kind of turns around and then the gnome just kind of like turns around and like waves back to all of you, and then follows the large hippo creature.
This is not very odd. It happens to me everywhere, and it also happened to me in Neverwinter when I went to the Order of the Gauntlets base.
Gorpal, I don't mean to correct you, but this is very odd.
For everyone else, it's commonplace for us.
I'm still terribly confused.
I mean, mate, honestly, sometimes you just gotta sit back and drink it in. If I've learned anything riding a desk for as long as I have, sometimes you just gotta let things happen and find your moment when you can affect change. But enough about that. It seems like your friends are getting their lay of the land. Anything I can help you with there?
All right. You
I
want
was
to
saying Victor, was it, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Oh, sure. It's probably me, because this... Victor. It was Victor, right?
Vincent.
Vincent. Sorry, I'm shite with names. You haven't spoken much since you've all arrived. Are you well, lad? I have some healing magics to me if you're unwell.
Oh, I'm fine. I just lived in a cave.
I mean, is that a bad thing? That's a bit of dwarf humor. I'm messing with you. I mean, was it like a nice cave or was it like dank, dirty cave?
I think we should talk about this more in private, Onthar.
I also agree.
Okay. And Anthar's face goes from like playful and jovial to like suddenly serious and furrowed brow. Right. Well, it seems that there is some private conversations. I have an office at the end of the hall. I'm gonna get some food in me. I'm gonna have a drink or 5, and then you can meet me in the office. Until then, do what you need to do. Get your stuff packed away, whatever it is, and I'll meet with you in a few minutes. All right?
All right. Our quarters should be ready then from your
Oh,
squire.
I give it. And he kind of listens for a moment for all the feet and the pitter pattering to go.
Yeah,
I'd give it another 5 or 10 minutes, but they should be ready.
yeah, you can hear furniture being kind of like pulled and and it is kind of like 2 stories up. Yeah, 2 more stories up, but you can definitely hear it still kind of like moving, lots of moving around.
I will go see if they require help. Like adjust the egg a little bit.
So yeah, Onthar, you make your way back to your office.
Yep.
Amala, as you're making your way to the stairs to go upstairs, you do see Thaddeus come back downstairs. He goes, "Oh, good, you're here. You and your companions, your quarters are ready."
Oh, perfect. Thank you,
Very
Squire.
well. Please let me show you. And so he begins to lead you up 2 flights of stairs. On the second floor, you can see a number of doors. A few of them are open, and you can see what looks mainly like a barracks situation for some of the doors that are open. Number of beds, trunks in front of the beds. You can see a variety of weapons and clothing kind of strewn over both the chest and beds of some of the doors. But Thaddeus continues to lead you up to the 3rd floor. And as you get up to the 3rd floor, you can see that there are a number of beds, specifically 6 beds that are set up. And they were very, very quickly thrown in there. But there is a wooden chest in front of at the foot of each of these beds. There is a small table, kind of like a just a side table on the left side of each of the beds. There are oil lamps that are lit currently to keep to light up the room. And on the other side, clearly this used to be some kind of storage area, because there are a number of boxes and crates and barrels. You can see tarps kind of thrown over them like haphazardly. So they're not really trying to hide the fact that this was a storage room, but they're trying to at least keep it out of your way. And this is a very spacious area. I mean, there's no privacy per se for all of you sharing the room, but you do have privacy from the rest of the building up here. So is there, these are just kind of the basic needs. If there's anything else that you require, please don't hesitate to call out for me and let me know what you need, and I will make it happen as quickly as possible.
Yes, can we get another stack of bed linens, please?
Absolutely, yes. And you just see him kind of making a mental note. Anything else?
That's the only request that I have. My companions will probably have others.
All right, excellent. All right, so we'll have the bed linens brought up to you immediately. And again, if you need anything, just ask for Thaddeus. And I should be, if I'm not here, there should be someone here that could help you as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Thaddeus. Also, I am Amala. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. And just kind of, did anybody follow Amala, or was it just Amala?
Yeah, I would have followed her.
Okay.
To help set up a nest for the eggs.
And you, sir?
Oh, I'm Gorple, Lurky Pokey. And I kind of point at my pin, like very proudly, that I've only started wearing.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Drovar, did you bring the other egg up with us as well?
Well, Drovar and Basha went to look at the map.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, cool. So I imagine, Gorple, you have the other egg?
I mean, I can carry it. I'm super strong.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do have the
ogre. Yeah. Well, really, it's Teague and me working together.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm tiny, so I'll
to your left, your other left.
And as he kind of like nods to you, he turns to Teague. Does your friend require anything? And he's just motioning to Teague.
Is there a window?
There's kind of like a round picture window. It doesn't look like you can open it though.
I mean, I think if we go to bed, he'll probably stay in here with me, but if he needs to go to the bathroom, we'll go outside.
Yes, that probably would be preferable. There is a water closet right on the outside of the side of the building.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right. Well,
Gorple's like, what's that? I've never heard of that.
Wait, you don't pee through your skin?
No.
Gorple.
No.
Gorple.
I mean, look, we have individuals who are with the order here from all walks of life. While that does sound strange to me, that is not something that I personally do. Possibly.
Oh no, I was joking. We'll probably just find a place outside, like in the stables, if he needs to use a bathroom.
Well, yes, for your companion here, yes, of course.
This room doesn't have a fireplace, right?
No, it does not.
Okay. I look sad.
Yeah, in the first floor where you came in, there was a huge like hearth and fireplace right there. So you could go downstairs to the first floor if you wanted to, but where you are, there's not.
That's all right. I'll figure it out. And I'll take one of the mattresses off a bed and to start building a nest for the 2 eggs to rest on.
Okay. I will make sure that you have additional mattresses as well.
Thank you.
Not a problem. All right. I will, if I see your other companions, I will let them know that your rooms are ready as well. Good day. Just kind of, and then turns and kind of leaves. And you do have a door, for privacy if you want to, to close it or what have you. But again, it's very Spartan in here. But for the most part, it is very spacious, it's very roomy, and the beds are pretty comfortable.
Amala immediately closes the door after the squire leaves. No one is seeing these eggs.
Okay. So, all right. So Basha and Drovar, you go into the hallway and there is this huge map. And it is not just of there's like the map, the top half of it is Elturel. It is the whole city. And then right underneath it is just a map of the capital where you are, Elturel. And there are a number of individual places. They are marked on the map, and you very quickly are able to find, Basha, the Shrine Too Soon. That is there. It does take some time. There are a number of large temples to a number of gods, but unfortunately the shrines are much smaller. But you do find the Shrine Too Soon. It is outside of the actual capital. It is deeper into the city itself. And Drovar, what are you looking for specifically?
Well, he says he's looking for a Temple of Lyra. He heard there wasn't one, but he's kind of looking. But he's actually looking to see if there's a Lord's Alliance facility here as well.
Okay, there is actually it seems again, compared to a lot of the other buildings here in Elturel and in the capital in Elturel, it's a relatively small building, but you can see it says Lord's Alliance Annex. And there you can find it. This building is actually in the capital, so it looks like it's not too far from where you currently are.
Okay.
So what would you like to do?
Figure we can get breakfast here, I guess. Did you find what you were looking for?
Oh yes, I see it's there. No bathhouse, no brothel, but at least there's a shrine, you know.
I'd like to find a temple to Lyra.
So would I.
I'm sure our Botchek's lady knows he's not with us, but she did us a good turn. I'd like to pay her respects.
Next town, or wherever we go. If we end up to Baldur's Gate, there will definitely be one there, and a proper place to soon.
Yeah, we gotta figure out our next move before we leave here. I mean, maybe this Candle Castle place, the place of all the books.
Candlekeep?
If anybody's gonna know about what's going on with our package, they might. Doesn't mean I want to take them there, but there might be answers there.
That is true.
But I'm worried that these things are gonna slow us down. You know,
Oracle's
positively hugging the damn things.
Yeah, I know. Should we go now, or do you want to meet up with everyone else and we'll go out into the city later?
No, I mean, what time of day is it? I think
Right now, it's late. It's the evening, probably about. It's getting close to midnight.
Let's
but it doesn't look it outside.
Oh yeah, but we're feeling it. We've been traveling all day, and
yeah,
it's like let's call it for what they call night around here. We'll start again in the morning, but we need beds under us for one night.
Yes, I agree. I would like to send a letter, not to Eben. I want to check in on my family. It's been a while, and with everything that's happened, I'm feeling like I want to check in.
Understood. Do you know any wizards you'd actually trust to ask about these things?
Eben. I've told Eben things I haven't told the others. I know he's the head of the whole school, so it doesn't make sense, but I trust him more than I trust the rest of the council.
All right. You might want to think about getting something to him if you can make sure he's the only one who sees it.
I could, put perfume on it and make it look like love letter, and then no one would read it but him, maybe.
Don't you have some way of, just...
Not only at close range, and I cast message, and in his head I'm like in his ear it whispers, like this.
Yeah. All right.
I think it's fun. You know who would find it fun? Vincent. Vincent would find it fun. I will go do it to him
He's
now.
gonna try he'll stab whoever's next to him.
Oh, it'll be great. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, do it next to the city watch.
As you turn around, standing maybe about 15 feet away from you, just kind of like patiently waiting, is Status.
Hello.
Hello. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. I just wanted to let you know that your rooms are prepared. A few of your companions already there. Just go all the way up to the third floor. You have the entire third floor to yourselves.
Oh,
excellent.
Appreciate that, lad. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. If there's anything you require, please don't hesitate to look for myself. I am Thaddeus, Squire to Master Frume. But if I am not available, there's absolutely anyone here you could ask, and they will make sure that you get what you require.
We're all sharing one room, yes? So there's not you guys don't do hot baths in another room or anything like that, do you? Is that the thing you do?
We can have a tub brought in and heated
There's too many
water.
people in that room.
But
that's
yeah,
okay.
We don't have individual rooms here. It's more of a barracks
That's
setup.
fine.
I
Basha's just
apologize.
staring into a long distance past the wall, and she's like, "That's fine."
I mean, we could get
probably curtains or something.
It's been weeks. I'm sorry. Prestidigitation only works so well after a while, you know.
I mean, we could bring some privacy screens in if you wish.
Okay, yes, I want a bath.
All right. Well, this evening or for the morning?
I don't know what time it is because your sun is always out, so I'm confused. But whenever it's like actually nighttime, that time.
We are currently in the evening. It's very late. It's close to midnight.
Perfect. I will take the bath whenever it can be ready. I will be up there with everyone else.
All right. We will get that immediately. And
Thank you.
Just kind of bows to you, Drovar, and kind of shuffles off.
I will not. I will have my bath.
All right.
Vincent, what are you doing?
Vincent's just kind of sitting around now that everybody's like gone to their respective areas. Vincent's still sitting at a table. His hands are crossed. He's just kind of smiling like, this is nice. What do I do now?
So is he like downstairs, like when we're downstairs?
Yeah. But
Probably.
but Basha and Drovar, you are in the hallway where the stairs are. And Vincent's in the main area.
Yeah, like everybody got up to do things, and Vincent doesn't know how to feed himself or anything like that, really. So he's just kind of sitting there waiting to be told what to do.
Gotcha. As you're kind of sitting there, Vincent, you feel it first. You feel these massive footprints, kind of footfalls, coming up from behind you, and then you hear, "Do you mind if I take a seat?" And you see the large, like hippo humanoid Femin, without the gnome, just kind of standing there looking at you.
Not at all. Please sit down.
Kind of goes across from you and kind of sits down, and you can see that he is in full plate armor except for his head, and there are these massive scars all over his face, and his face got this kind of like grayish, this whitish gray complexion. There is like the faintest look of a mohawk, but it's just like very, very, very low. If you were looking up at him, you would not see it. But since he is sitting down, you can actually see just like the strip of like brownish, very coarse hair. And then there are these two tusks that just like kind of come up from the underjaw just slightly. That one is completely jagged and broken. The other is filed to a point. And as he kind of sits down, he's like, so you looked, I saw you come in with your friends and Teague there. And you look a little confused, if you don't mind me saying.
First time in a city this large.
Oh, okay. Well, I know it could probably seem a little intimidating, but we're all good folk here, and we all look after each other. You seem to be friends of Master Frume's, so, you've got nothing to worry about.
Wonderful. How about you? What can I do for you? Are you looking for love, money, revenge? What? Do you need a job?
He kind of looks at you and kind of twists his head. He's like, not looking for money. Definitely not looking for love. You couldn't take it. You're not my type anyway. I mean, no offense. No, I just, you looked a little lost. And so I thought I'd just come over and just, be company for you. If you'd like me to leave, I could go.
Oh, no, not at all. I've never met someone quite like yourself.
I get that a lot. My people are not from around here, I guess is the best way to put it. I'm what you would call, my people are called gifts. And well, yeah, I kind of got lost. We were in a big fight, and
Happens to the best of us.
yeah, you know how it is. You you look like you've been through shit. And he just kind of like, very friendly, kind of like taps you in the shoulder, but it just like kind of like takes you back because his hand is so big. You know, and so I got kind of turned around in the fight. I got hit in the head a lot. When I woke up, I was here. I saw the big light. Figured that can't be a bad sign. It's, you know, light. Made my way into the city, and a bunch of good people brought me in. Master Frume, like, immediately, like, he did the whole glove thing. You know, just the gauntlet where he just kind of like clenches it. It feels like your balls are being squeezed, so you gotta tell the truth. I don't know if he's done it to you yet, but it's not as painful as I make it sound. But I just didn't have answers for him. But everything I said, he seemed to be happy with. And kind of brought me into the fold, and been here ever since.
So what is it that you do around here? And might I say you are probably the first person who was happy about the results when they saw bright light at the end of a long stream of darkness.
Oh, well, I mean, interestingly, I mean, look, my people are we're a warrior type people. And you know, if we see the light, it's one of two things. It's the doc is actually shining a light in your eyes to see if you're still alive, or you're being brought to the afterlife, whatever that means for you. Either way, it was a good sign for me. Because it wasn't either one of those things. It was a fucking city. You know. Well, as for what I do around here, whatever's required. I mean, yeah, sometimes I get sent out to clear out outside of Elturel, Eltagard, you know. Sometimes we get sent out to clear out hordes of undead, goblins, bugbears, you know, any kind of like problems that, you know, some of the outlying towns might have with things. You know, we get sent out there to help them out.
So you're a fighter for hire, then?
No, not for hire. I do it because it's the right thing to do. You know, people can't protect themselves. They need help. You gotta protect them, you know? Just because they can't protect themselves doesn't mean, and this was something that Master Frume taught me, because I thought if you couldn't protect yourself, like, you were useless. You were fucking weak, and if you died, you deserved it. Like, that's how that's how I was raised. That's what I was raised to believe.
I mean, that's what I was told growing up as well.
It's not true, though. It's not true at all. It just means that other people are born into certain circumstances, and sometimes things are just outside of their control, and they can't actually protect themselves because of those circumstances. And I've seen people who shouldn't ever be in a fight, like protecting themselves, protecting their families, and unfortunately die in the process. And I think that's what made it click for me, was that the heart and the spirit were willing, but the flesh was weak. And the flesh was weak not because they made it weak, because circumstances outside of their control made it weak. And so I decided, you know what? I like what Frume's about. I like what this place is about. And I realized I not only have the spirit, I not only have the heart, but I got the flesh. And he just kind of like puts his arm up, and his arm is about the size of both of your legs put together. And he's just, so I realized I gotta protect those who can't protect themselves, and been doing that ever since.
All right, now here's a bit of a philosophical exercise for you. What if somebody's heart was unwilling, the mind was unwilling, they didn't really want to be doing all the fighting and protecting, but their body was strong? Then where do they fall?
Well, if they're not protecting themselves, I gotta ask, in a situation like that, I gotta ask, well, is the thing that they don't want to like protect themselves against, is that thing going to hurt others? Or is it just going to hurt that person, right?
That'd probably hurt others. That, let's say, terrible people are going to do terrible things, and instead of protecting others, this powerful individual hides because they don't want to fight. They're scared.
Ah, see, that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with being scared. It's what you do with it that's important.
And
Now,
they hide.
Right. So in your situation, what you're saying, they go and they hide. Then you got to ask, are they hiding because they're scared and unwilling to do something? Or are they scared, want to do something, but just don't know how? Right? There's a lot of questions. See, this is why Frume is so awesome. Because he made me think about these questions. He made me think about these things. Because I never thought about these things. For me, it was very simple. You're either strong enough to protect yourself or you're not. And whatever you get, you get. But that's not the case. There's so many different types of people here. There's so many different types of circumstances. What it comes down to really is if something is going to do something bad and it's going to hurt other people who probably can't protect themselves, you got to do something about it. You got to protect them. Now, if it's just like one person, like you were saying, like say it's just one nut job living out in the forest by himself, right? And he's being attacked by a horde of goblins. Then you realize, okay, I got to protect that guy. And he goes, no, I'm fine. Don't protect me. And he's strong. Like he's like a big dude. And he's like, nope, don't protect me. And he just doesn't want to be protected. But those goblins are not going to hurt anybody else. They're just going to hurt that guy. Not going to lie. Guy's going to be a little suspect to me. But I'm going to maybe ask him once, maybe twice, even 3 times. Are you sure? And then if he just keeps on saying, yeah, I'm fine, leave me alone, I'm going to walk away. But if I know that those goblins are not going to stop with that guy, and they're just going to migrate over to that town about 5 miles away, I'll walk away from that guy and kill every one of those goblins to make sure they don't hurt anybody else. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big guy, but a horde of goblins, yeah, I'm going to be scared. But I would be even more scared of who I become if I didn't try and stop those goblins. And at this point, Vincent, as you're having this conversation, you notice that there's about like 5 or 6 people who are just kind of like on the periphery of the table on either side that are they got drinks in hand and they're just listening. Like they seem very, very enthralled in this conversation.
So let's say this big, strong man in the woods. It's not so much that he's standing there saying that he doesn't want help. It's he knows the goblins are going to hurt more people. He knows the goblins are trying to hurt him, but he closes his doors, he locks his doors, he hides behind his couch, and he starts crying. Now, is that the kind of person you're going to try to save, even though they're technically strong enough to,
Oh yeah, I'll save him. Because there's a reason that he's crying. There's a reason that he's hiding. He doesn't have to tell me. Honestly, I don't care.
And that's what I meant by someone who doesn't have the mind or heart for a fight, but has the body for it.
Yeah, I mean, in that instance, yeah, I'm gonna say there's obviously something wrong with that guy, right? But I don't know what it is. I'll try to help him after I kill all the goblins. I'll say, see, look, no need to be scared. Goblins are gone. What's the matter? And then I'll try and help him in that way, right? Now, I'm not like the most sensitive type of guy, so I'll probably try and find someone who's a little more sensitive. One of my friends, one of my companions here, who's a little more sensitive and understands why people cry. but I will still try to help him. Because clearly he can't help himself in this particular situation. Does that make sense?
Very much so.
All right. I like you. You make me think. And that's I don't do that a lot. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course, of course.
How about you? What's your story?
Oh, I was raised by I was raised to be a coward, and now I'm trying to do better.
He looks at you for a moment, and he's just kind of like staring at you, and you watch as like his ears, which are kind of like these, in comparison to the rest of his body, it's just these tiny little ears that are just kind of like on the top, and you just watch they just kind of wiggle slightly. And he just kind of looks at you, goes, "Oh, well, I'm glad that you're trying to do something about it. That sounds terrible, being raised to be a coward. I don't. I mean, I'm glad you're doing better. It's clearly you've got friends. Wow, really? They raised you to be a coward?
The worst kinds of cowards.
That's terrible. Well, I'm glad you're better. Or
Working on it.
At least trying to do better. I'm glad for you. I'm glad for you. But yeah, if you ever need a hand, or you just want to have more of this philosophizing, just come find me. I'll get you a drink, and we'll have another good talk.
My offer's the same to you. Pleasure
Excellent.
Speaking with you.
Same here.
As I stand up, I would like to try to use Mask of Many Faces to make myself seem a few inches taller and a little bit more muscular.
Okay. Make a... You know what? I'm going to say, to try and see how subtle you can do this, roll me I'll leave it up to you. Either sleight of hand or deception.
14 deception?
14. Let's see. I'm curious to see what he rolls. Hold on. 14. And he gets... Okay. He looks at you as you stand up. You seem to fill out a little more and seem to be a little taller. And as you stand up, he kind of looks at you, scratches the side of his head. His ears wiggle again. Huh. Okay. All right. Yeah. Take care, Vincent. And just as you kind of get up to leave the table, the people who are standing around kind of fill in at the table and kind of sit down. They all start talking with each other. At this point, Vincent, this is where you actually see Basha and Drovar kind of like lingering in the hallway where the map is.
I was gonna say, can we have heard like the very tail end of that, just like the last like two? Because I figured timing wise it makes sense. So yeah, we were just kind of in the back of the crowd for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Vincent, have you eaten dinner? Do you want food?
Yeah, sure, I could eat.
You should get food.
Still completely like a little bit taller, a little buffer looking. Like, did not change the disguise.
Yeah. As Basha gets closer, she's like, "What?" She like comes up and actually like touches your arm and is like, "What happened? Did you do something? Like, you look, I don't know, you look stronger, taller somehow. What happened?"
Wait.
As you touch his arm, your fingers slightly disappear into his arm.
Okay, all right, I see what's going on. Okay, all right, never mind. I don't ask questions about things like this. I see this sometimes in rituals for soon. I get you. I'm gonna go get you some food before I go upstairs.
All right.
Imala is going to make her way back downstairs after helping Corporal get the egg situated to also get dinner.
Okay. Interestingly enough, as you're just kind of talking about dinner, you watch the front door, those who are downstairs on the first floor, you watch the front door open, and 4 individuals with platters of food come in. And as they do, you see everybody else who's kind of like sitting around, just kind of like looking. They look a little confused. And then behind those 4 individuals, you see that kind of white-scaled dragonborn, Vasily. And he's like, "Hey, hello, yeah, all right, yeah, there they are." And he just points to Amala, Basha, Vincent, and Drovar. There they are. All right, where's your room? We've got your food.
3rd floor.
All right. Third floor. He tells the 4 individuals, and they start making their way up. And some of them not only have platters of food, but one of them actually has like 4 wineskins kind of like tied to their shoulder and is holding like 2 big jugs. And they all begin walking upstairs to your room. And as they get to your room, they begin kind of putting all the food down, like in the center of the room. There's a big table. It's like a circular table, and they kind of start putting all the food down at the table. This Vasily is just kind of standing there.
I don't know if I can eat all this, as I'm like the only one in the room.
It's not just for you. It's not just for you.
We're like coming up. I'm like, come on, Vincent, let's go. They're taking it upstairs.
I literally just walked all the way down here.
Well, we're going back up.
Yeah. You hear Vasily, the exercise will make your appetite better. That's all right. Come on.
Okay.
And they place all the food, not in any particular order. They just kind of put it out there on the table for you.
As my friends are coming up, I begin dragging some of the crates to make makeshift chairs around the table.
Yeah. And easily enough, you're able to do that. As the 4 individuals kind of put all of the food and stuff down, they leave. Vasily's just kind of standing there. It's like, yeah, well, I just saw that Frume was bringing you in here. Wanted to make sure that you were all right. Definitely.
I hand him 5 gold.
Oh, no. This is on the house. He kind of pushes it back. Yeah,
I thought you were fishing for a tip. Sorry, I read it wrong.
No. It's fine. Any friends of Frume's, friends of mine. Not a problem. Tomorrow, though, yeah, you're going to have to pay. But tonight, you're good. And he kind of stands there. And as you see, you kind of look, and where you mistook him for possibly a white dragonborn, you realize that he's a silver dragonborn, but he's just so much older that the shine in his scales has started to disappear. You can ever so slightly every now and then, when he kind of like is in the right light, you can see the shine. But for the most part, it's just he's a pretty old dragonborn, but he seems to be very, very well kept. There is a slight paunch in the front underneath his apron, as he's just kind of like talking to everybody. He's like, "You just make sure to let me know if you need anything else." But as I said, starting tomorrow, you can start a tab if you want. That's perfectly fine. But you're gonna have to start paying after tomorrow.
Well, thank you for this evening, and may Bahamut be with you.
I hand him 25 gold. That's the start of our tab.
All right, fair enough. Puts it in a little pouch, and he watches. He kind of pulls out a small piece of paper, parchment, and he kind of starts making marks on it.
And I just kind of gesture to everyone in the room.
All right, not a problem. All right, yeah, that'll help you out. Because you might be here for a while.
We're waiting for a friend, and we have no idea how long he's going to take.
Oh, that's right. You're waiting for Leonard.
Leeson.
Gotcha.
If you see a half elf with a goat, well, that he's gonna. I was gonna say a face mullet, but that's fine.
Face mullet is an appropriate term. I think I understand what you mean by that.
I think the humans call it a goatee.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Not a problem. I will. And he just stops mid-sentence, and he begins. What's that smell? It's a little. I mean, no offense. I'm sorry if that's like one of you. But there's like this kind of. I don't know. It's weird. It's like it's a little foul.
I start opening Bocek's beer making kit, kind of like, oh, might be something gone bad in here. We haven't opened this up in a while. Probably needs to be cleaned.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, I'll kind of lick my eyes and say, we've been in some weird fights and strange things, and we haven't taken a bath in like a week. So,
all right, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Being in armor for a week, you know how it goes.
I've been there. I was an adventurer back in the day. I get it. I absolutely get it. So, all right, yeah. So no problem. You can. There are, if you like, we do have some private rooms in the back of the tavern, where some people use them for bathing. Like we can bring some steel tubs in there and stuff if you like. But we only do it in the mornings. So if that's something you're interested in, well, I'll have some prepared for you in the morning.
Vasily, you said back in the day you were an adventurer. How old are you?
Oh, that's the rude question. You never ask anybody how old they are, especially someone as fit as I am. And he just kind of grabs it. He grabs his paunch and he just kind of shakes it slightly.
I look at him up and down a mile. He's like 35 tops.
That's around my age, Corporal.
Oh my god, you're ancient. Jesus, how are you adventuring?
I look at the both of you and I'm like, I hate you both.
Yeah. He just starts chuckling.
Oh, you quiet. Oh, you pups, sit down.
Yeah. He starts chuckling. No. It's been years. I've got 80 years in me at this point.
My eyes go so fucking wide.
So I've been around. If you get my meaning. So
I hope I age as gracefully as you do.
Oh, I'm sure you won't. And he just kind of keeps hitting his paunch a little. He's like, yeah, no, I've been out of the adventuring game for a good 20 years now. Opened up the bar here and haven't looked back since. It's never opening up a bar in a place like this. Best decision I ever made outside of adventuring.
Can I look him up and down with that like hunter/bounty hunter's eye to kind of assess maybe what he did as an adventurer?
Sure. Make an insight check for me.
That's a 21.
21. You can see places where some of his scales have been removed or sheared. And you can see where some of his scales have grown over scars. And you can actually see the scales over, kind of making a scale-like scar on his features. Kind of looking at his hands, he looks like he was possibly some kind of fighter. And the way he kind of moves his fingers when he's talking, and the deftness of some of his movements, even just kind of like standing there and gesticulating, he's a very lithe and dexterous individual. So possibly some kind of fighter, but someone who can move fast, and somebody that you probably don't want to underestimate.
Yeah, I just kind of like judged him because I know like when we first met Elder Math, he was surprising. So I'm like looking to see what kind of keys I can pick up on how he moves. Now his hands seem to be again very like thick with scales. Like the padding on the inside of his hands are like thick, very, very thick. And you would expect that whatever he did, he used his hands a lot. More than most fighters. But as he's just kind of standing there looking at you, he sniffs a couple of more times at the air, and he goes, "All right, yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get those baths ready for all of you for in the morning. Again, on the house first time. Afterwards, it's all on you."
Very much
and-
appreciated.
Yeah, I got the tab going, 25 gold to start, not a problem. But yeah, if you need anything else, just let me know. Just ask for Vasily to trim. Or the fit, some people don't like to say that I'm trim, but I'm definitely fit. So you all enjoy your food. Somebody will be in here in the morning to clean up after, so don't worry about that. See you in the morning.
Good night.
All right.
Good night.
And kind of turns and sniffs the air one last time, like this huge, like, and then just kind of walks out the door.
Can we keep this room ventilated? After he's left, it's like
We can't open the window.
The windows don't look like they open in here. It's just
I
one.
mean,
It's like
I could
one
spray-
large picture window.
I could spray my perfume, but that would like wreck everyone. It would be awful.
it might be better than him.
I
coming
won't
in.
stay in here if you do that.
Yeah, see.
And Mala's going to make her way over to the eggs just to double check on them.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
remove the tarp. Do they look okay? Like, do they smell bad at all?
Make a perception check for me.
That's a 17.
17. Yeah, you look over the eggs. There's no like outward damage or anything that you can see. They seem perfectly fine. You start to sniff them, and you don't smell anything until you get in really, really close. And as you get in really close, I mean, like your nose is practically on the egg. There is this very, very faint, foul smell, like it's almost like this, like an acid eating through flesh kind of smell. But you can't smell it unless you're like right on the egg.
Don't sniff the eggs, everyone. Just let you know. Oh,
It was not on my list of things to do tonight, but
They don't smell that bad. I've been sleeping next to them this whole time.
Yeah, but he noticed from across the room.
they smell like acid. Ugh.
Like a swamp. It's not that bad.
Well, that's what the blacks. That's their signature move.
Yeah.
Domain. It's their domain.
acid.
Well, maybe once we're done scarfing down dinner, we'll go meet with Frume and we can see how trusted Vasily is. He walked into this place without anyone regarding or being worried. If he's old and seen some stuff, he might be able to help.
It's true, and he is a silver dragonborn such as myself, so I might be a little bit biased.
Basha's definitely giving Amala side eye, and like definitely with messages like "Go for it."
Well, I mean,
For those watching
Jorah
chat.
leans over. It's like, oh, he's way too old now. If he's got any grandkids, then you
Well,
definitely ask about that.
I
hey,
mean,
whatever she's into.
you don't earn the name The Fit without reasoning.
Though
You're talking like you know anything about this. You always complain about us mammals and our mating
I
habits.
was just trying to help. I was just learning from you.
also, with Vasily being upwards of 80, he's getting to the end of his reign, as it were.
So give him a good time before he dies, because he's
Yes, and
about
then
to fall
hopefully-
over dead.
Maybe he'll leave the bar to you. I don't know.
I believe the term is one last ride.
How do you know that, Vincent?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I got to read lots of books.
I don't even have anything to say to this.
Okay. Well,
Just gonna eat food. Let's eat food.
matter of importance.
Where's my bath?
Vincent, you telling Frume about who you are and what you are from is a bit on you, buddy. As open and honest you are, could put you slightly in jeopardy because it could be seen as untrusted. But being open and honest says that he seems to be that kind of person that would respect that more, could be helpful.
Look, way I see it, I'll tell them the truth. If they attack me, I just torch the place and walk.
How about we don't just jump to that? If he attacks you, I will defend you, and we will defend you, because that would not be. If he is saying who he is this member of a Paladin of Torm and Order of the Gauntlet higher up, if he were to just attack you, that would not be in his person, and it could be someone pretending to be him, I would think. At least by reputation alone. I doubt it'll go that far. Just don't push buttons. Just be honest and open and receptive to he may not feel happy about what you say.
All right then. I'll be as honest with him as I have been with you guys. How's that?
That doesn't feel very confident.
That seems reasonable.
No, but it just seems like you were lying to us earlier now. Like
Oh,
I haven't lied yet.
I'm rolling insight on that. I got a 20 this time. I finally rolled good insight against you because I haven't this whole time.
Vincent, you don't have to tell me which one it is, but you can roll deception if you want to keep lying to her, or persuasion if you're telling the truth. But you can roll one of those and let me know what the number is.
20.
Oh,
and I got a 24 because
24?
I'm also
whoa.
well, because he's like, I'm not lying to you yet. I'm like, that's the most suspicious shit I've heard.
So Vincent, have you been truthful with them up to this point?
I haven't lied, but I definitely haven't said everything.
Gotcha. So Basha, yeah, Vincent's you feel like he's being above board. He hasn't lied to any of you. He's being pretty honest. Gorple, he's definitely holding things back, but from everything he's said to you so far, nothing has been false.
I just look at Vincent and go, omission is still kind of lying, but there might be some cards you need to keep to your chest.
I'm not very good at poker.
I mean, I'm
Well,
not good at poker because apparently I gotta tell.
That's it. We're all playing poker later. I demand it. We must play poker.
All right, I'll touch all the cards.
Oh,
I'll wear my gloves.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
So I think we've kept Master Frume long enough. I'll grab one of the fine wine satchels we got.
Okay.
And why don't we bring a walk me down and go talk to him? At least that'll make him not mad.
Is this the chat you wanted to have with him, or are we all going?
yeah, because I was going to say, I am supposed to be
it's-
taking a bath in a minute now.
So, you know,
I have private stuff I want to talk to him about Order of the Gauntlet, but that could probably wait till the morning. But I figured us talking to him about Vincent, because he was like, where are you from? I want to know more, might also give him some clarity. I don't know. Like, I have some personal stuff I want to ask him. But I was just thinking more of a private thing if we want to talk about our new friend Vincent, and that might help clarify some of the weirdities that he might be seeing in our interactions. But I mean, I leave it up to you. If you think that should wait, I could just go talk to this guy real quick. My stuff isn't going to take too long.
Like I said, I'm getting a bath delivered up to the room any minute, and I really want to take that bath.
And I'm still eating. We got to figure out for ourselves. I mean, I think we got to come clean with our host about the backgrounds of everyone that's with us.
Everyone.
Because if he finds out and we haven't told him, he's going to be miffed. And as he said, sometimes he's done things because he felt it was the right call. And he probably doesn't look back on it too much and regret. So, yeah, we should be upfront about it before he finds out.
That also kind of feels like a morning conversation because it is midnight, apparently.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm still eating, and I'm going to keep doing it.
All right. Well, I'll grab a walk me down wineskin and a chicken leg, and I will go have my private talk. It shouldn't take too long. I just got to ask him some questions about what I do. I don't fucking know. Literally, last time I was in Neverwinter, they said go to Elturel, find a bigger Order of the Gauntlet place, and get missions. That's like all I know.
So, all right. In the meantime, while you're having this conversation and Gorple, you're getting ready to go down, Onthar, you made your way to your office, and Vasily, not too long after, does come in with one of his servers to bring you your dinner.
Cheers.
Yeah, no problem. So, what's up with the new people?
You know, I think they're good lads and lasses. I mean, they got a paladin of Bahamut with them, so they can't be they can't be too far off the center. But I don't know. Something's rubbing me the wrong way. I think they want help. They just don't know how to ask for it.
Yeah, I think they're like baby adventurers. Like that's the feeling I get. Like I remember when I was that young and green behind the ears.
Oh, here we go, Vasily.
Yeah.
Tell us all about back in the day.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not gonna bore you. You and I've had those conversations. That's fine. But it's yeah, I think you're right. I think there's definitely something off. I mean, there's a weird smell coming from the room.
Smell.
Yeah, I think I know what it is, but it's not my place. So. Nothing bad. Nothing bad.
Vasily, listen. You know I value your counsel, and I've never met a man who pours quite as nice as you do. But I'm glad you went up and took care of them. I want them to feel safe here because I feel like they've been running for a long time. That's the sense that I get, and I want to give them a place that feels safe. Maybe that'll give them the gumption, as it were, to be more honest. I'm truly hoping that is the case. And listen, if you see Leeson come in, the half-elf bastard so high.
Yeah, no, I know the one I always give shit to. I know. Yeah,
that's the one.
Yeah,
you send them my way right away, but I don't know. I got a good feeling about these lads, even if they're a little off kilter. Perhaps they need a little bit of guidance from Torm, from Bahamut, from someone.
From someone, yeah. No, that's the read I get to. But the smell, I'm hoping you know about. I think they got a dragon egg in there. But
I'm aware of their package.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
I appreciate the heads up, Vasily. You've always done right by me. But let's mum's the word, eh?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, look, I'm not gonna. All I know is that's what I smelled. I didn't want to. I asked them what it was. They said that they're a little gamey, from adventuring. I let it go at that. That's fine. But I just want to, as long as you know, I'm good. I'm good. Because they don't smell quite ready to hatch. So I think we got some time.
Aye, but time is often a luxury that is fleeting too often, and I'm concerned that they want to hem and haw and do some research, and I don't know if they have the time.
Well, I mean, you could always call in for orders, and he gestures to the small box that you keep on your desk, and inside that box are 2 sending stones. One is labeled Waterdeep, and the other one is labeled Neverwinter. And you know that those are your direct connections to the Order of the Gauntlet in those cities. And so, if you wanted to, you could use either one of those. Granted, again, you can only use 25 words to make a connection, but you could at the very least, you have those at your disposal if you wanted to use them.
Okay. I kind of pat the box, as Vasily pointed out. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I gave him sanctuary, at least for the night, and perhaps a few days more, but until I get the sense that things have gone far too south, if you get my drift, I'm gonna play it safe for now.
All right, no problem. And just to be on the safe side, because we don't know how long Leas is gonna be, I'll make sure that some games are in order. I've made available to them. Just for the hell of it.
I knew I liked you, Vasily.
I think I'll set some. I think I'll set some matches up for tomorrow.
Nice. Listen, I wouldn't mind stretching me bones, but Perhaps observing is a better choice at this time.
Yeah, no, I got you. Well, enjoy your food, and we'll talk. We'll talk in the morning.
Dorn be with you, friend.
All right. And he kind of like takes his hand and he kind of thumps it against his chest, and as he does, you see, which always happens when he thumps his chest, his holy symbol does kind of flop out of his apron, and you recognize it as the Storm Lord. Yeah. So he just kind of, you see the, oh, sorry, and turns around and leaves. And it's at this point, as he's leaving, you do see that he kind of like squeezes out of the way, and Gorple comes walking into your office.
I make a nod to him. Well, at least he answered one of my questions before I had to ask it, and I keep walking in.
Kind of looks at you, kind of winks at you, and then keeps walking. So Onthar Gorple is there.
As you enter Onthar's office, he's like just picking up his sandwich, a little bit of dribbles into the beard, like,
you can keep eating, and I have a turkey leg and a wineskin.
As long as you don't mind. My mother raised me a little better than that, but it's been a long day. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, and I kind of close the door on the way in. I will let him eat his sandwich as I disgustingly eat this turkey leg, bone and all.
Yeah. Yeah, you just watched that turkey leg completely disappear, Onthar.
Onthar doesn't make a gross face or doesn't make like a, he just kind of nods along and focuses on his sandwich. After a minute or two, or, he kind of puts to the side. All right, Gorple. I see you're by yourself. I like to generally have a bit of whiskey before bed. Do you partake?
I have a wineskin from that guy, Vasily. Alcohol doesn't do anything for me, but I'll drink it if it tastes good.
Doesn't do anything.
So remember when I asked you not to touch me? That was for your safety. I secrete my own natural poison and venom, which renders my own system immune to it. It's the way our people work. Like I have to like stay in water, or else I gotta absorb it through my skin and stuff, or else I get like I'm wearing full winter gear. It is cold to me here.
I can tell.
So unfortunately, my physiology is not set for these.
You need us to get like a wash bucket for you.
Oh no, I brought my own.
I imagine you'd have to, wouldn't you? I'm gonna have a bit, but please, he goes to a cabinet, unlocks it, opens it up. A very fine-looking bottle comes out of it. He puts down 2 glasses, pours a, kind of 2 fingers worth of whiskey in each, slides one in your direction, picks up the other. So, my cheval, what has brought you to my chambers?
Well, I got questions, and I'll cheers. I'm gonna taste it because it'll probably taste smoky.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's very smoky, very good.
That's nice.
Are you sure? It looked like you were having a spasm.
Well, I mean, alcohol doesn't process well, so it's real strange. So I really just get all the taste of it, but none of the cool effects.
You don't have to drink it. It's all right, mate.
Oh, well, you put it in front of me, so I felt it would be rude if I didn't. But anyway, I'll pass the rest of it back. So Neverwinter sent me essentially in this direction to go find orders, missions. I've done stuff which might count, but I was never given orders to do it.
What do you mean by count?
Well, like, they told me that if I did missions and stuff, I would, like, grow in the order and, like, develop. But,
Absolutely.
like, I haven't got orders. And so this was essentially the first time. I actually have something which I think would be beneficial towards showing my alliance to the Order of the Gauntlet. Even though it may not seem like it was a mission, I've actually had something on me that I've been trying and meaning to return. It's an item of faith. And I bet there's a temple here in this town.
I mean, if there was ever a place to find a temple, Elturgard is certainly it. But Gorple, you realize in the Order of the Gauntlet, while yes, we are very much a very tight-knit organization with rank and such, it's more of an outlook, a way of life. We look after those who need looking after. We protect those who need protecting. We right things that need righting. And, yes, for sure, there are times where we hear of threats, we hear of problems, and we, assign people to do them. But, as a Cheval, I imagine, did you get this from the righteous hand himself?
I mean, Eldermath vouched for me, but we also cleansed the town of an evil wizard and beat all the ruffians. We killed a green dragon, fought off some cultists of the dragon before we even knew about them. We did a lot. Oh, we found the Wave Echo cave.
Oh, I just read about that a few months ago.
Yeah, I own a 10% stake with my friends, so money's not really a problem
That's a good investment, lad. That's a good investment.
Well,
that'll pay out.
Well, that also brings out, and I kind of unclip from my belt, and I will put Lightbringer up. This was created in the Wave Echo cave for a priest of Lathander. It is Lathander's holy weapon, or Lathanderite holy weapon.
Yeah, you see, Onthar, this beautiful mace that seems like it's made out of platinum and gold and silver and iron, where the head of this mace looks like a starburst.
Yeah.
And it's got all of these intricate runes. It's beautiful.
And it was kind of on our to-do list to eventually return it to the Temple of Lathander. But I know that this honestly might be a best place to do it. We just never got around to it. And so I figured as a member of the Order of a Gauntlet, it might be a good way to kind of extend an olive branch for you guys or whatever.
I mean, Gorple, I'm going to tell you, if you carried this all the way from near Wave Echo Cave, you've had this on your person for quite a journey. And I must say it certainly fills my heart with a sense of dedication that you must have. If you didn't sell this, you did not barter it, you did not trade it, you kept it sacred and you kept it safe. So for that, I'd like to thank you. Now, and at this point, Onthar will now reach over and pick up the mace and begin to kind of give it a closer look. Now, this is a fine weapon, and a fine symbol as well. Gorple, I don't know how you feel about these things, so I'm just going to ask flat out. What do you think its purpose is? What do you think it should be done with?
Well, I mean, I use it kind of as a glorified magical lantern. Not in the meanest way, but I can't see in the dark. And
Lad,
it's really...
You know there are torches, right?
Yeah, but I should tell you about this. This is a fun thing. And I pull out Groin Seeker. And you see this wooden carved bow, right? I think.
Yeah, it looks like vines that have twisted together to make the bow, but clearly carved from wood.
Right.
And there's these very intricate dwarven runes that are carved into it, and it looks almost as if it's slightly moving in Gorple's hand.
So this was created by Magus Garum Lightforger, and it was made for the Sylvan Lords in the Wave Echo Cave. But before the enchantment settled, orcs raided. That's actually how we lost the Wave Echo Cave many hundreds of years. I don't know how long ago, but long ago. When he died, kind of his conscience-ish went into it, and this bow really hates orcs, but it also still kind of has the Magus's personality and intelligence in it. So I've also been carrying that, though he's a bit aggressive around orcs,
I do believe you're talking out of your ass. My name is Groin Seeker. I don't know these fucking maggots.
Oh, he likes to tell me that his name is Groin Seeker because that's what it does.
I slipped a dwarf in real quick and say, "Greetings, Groin Seeker. It is an honor to have you in my presence." And then I kind of switch back to common. It is a failing of our people, if I'm being honest with you, Gorple. There's a lot of hatred when it comes to orcs, goblins, bugbears, ogres. And listen, for a time, there was a lot of wars, and you could say it was justified, but our people, we mythologized it. We incorporated it into our culture, and if I'm being honest, it's I think a great shame of our people that we've decided to hate as opposed to extend a hand. We've extended the sword.
I'm getting some strong disagreements.
Yeah, he's not talking like a dwarf. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I'm just gonna put you back in the Alona's quiver. Okay, sorry. He really hates orcs, so just.
I'm guessing that sentience is from another time. A lot of the older generation, the graybeards as they're called, they held on to their hate. And listen, nobody grudges like a dwarf, but it's a shame. If dwarves put as much time and effort into diplomacy, into understanding, the world might be a little better for it.
To be honest, I've been working on trying to change it and talk with it and help it out. But so far, I haven't made a lot of progress. But I think I have an idea how to do it. But I'm going to keep going. But anyway, I've been holding on to this mace because I did not think it would be right to sell it or trade it, and I wanted to return it to a temple. But Neverwinter didn't really have, I don't think, a temple, or I may have forgot about it. Or yeah, I don't think it had really a big temple, but I kind of just like point upwards towards the ceiling. You literally have a giant sun, so I'm pretty sure there has to be a temple of Lathander here.
Onthar, there is. You know that there is.
Trust me, Lathander gets a lot of love in Elturgard. The reason I ask what you think its purpose should be, and I can clearly tell you have respect for it, I ask that because if you give it to the Temple of Lathander, it is a symbol for them, and it will be passed down or put in a case, or honestly, my guess is that it will be polished twice a day and displayed for all to see. However, Elturgard is threatened by many different things, and not just Elturgard itself, but the surrounding lands. We have undead, we have goblin camps, we have bandits, the list goes on. This is a weapon, first and foremost. It's surely a symbol, but it was meant to bring light to dark places, and if you were to give it to the Order, and he kind of like gestures to his own symbol. If you were to give it to the Order, we could see that something like this would be put in the hands of a warrior, someone who will bring that light to where it's needed most. Now, listen, I have nothing against Lathander or those who run this temple, but I think for them, it's like if you make a cup, right? If you make a cup and you put it on your shelf, and you never use it, you never fill it with water, you never drink from it, you never feed your children from it. What is the cup's purpose if it just sits on the shelf?
You should probably ask Basha about that. There's lots of cups in her house that are just like decoration.
While I understand the aesthetic appeal to such things, I'm a bit more of a practical man myself. If someone makes a mace and gives it the power of Lathander, the power of light, to shed his light in dark places, well, I know what I'd like to see that mace used for.
I mean,
now,
you said undead are a big threat. It is very powerful against the undead.
You know, I kind of had a feeling about that, but thankfully Elturgard is more or less safe from the undead. That sun does a wonderful job of keeping them out. But Gorple, and after examining it now, he kind of places it close to you, Gorple, this is a moment. This is a choice that you must make. You can give it to the Temple of Lathander. You can give it to those of the faith. Or you can try to strengthen your order. And this could be given to perhaps another Cheval. Someone who's coming up through the ranks, and they could use it for another purpose. The choice is yours.
I mean, I'd like to make that choice maybe tomorrow after I talk with my friends to make sure they're okay with that. But that's honestly my feeling, and maybe I guess in trade, I'm not asking for much, but I use it so that I can see without having to wield a torch. So something that could help with that would help me greatly, opposed to me carrying this mace.
I mean, Gorple, you understand there's lanterns too, right? You could carry a lantern.
Yeah, but I use both my hands. I use a bow.
So then what does the mace do for you?
I just go, Lightbringer, and it just...
I see. So you put it on your side and let it kind of just emit light out of you. I mean, I'll say this, if you're looking for...
Lightbringer!
Yeah. Immediately.
Thank you for that. If you're looking for just an object that emits light, I can probably help you with that. But, again, Gorple, I don't want... I'm sure also, by the way, if you go to Lathander's temple, they have stuff that can emit light. So, I want you to take your time with this choice. Take the night, take the day, whatever you need. Talk to your friends. But this is a potent symbol, and I'll be honest, if you give it to us, it will be passed down. Your order will be strengthened for it. If you give it to the Temple of Lathander, the rewards may be much more substantial.
I mean, it was just to return it was the right thing, so I don't really know what reward or not.
Well, Gorple, the right thing, that's something you have to decide.
That's fair. So, I know when we first came to you, you told us that we'll wait until Leosin comes. We have a lot of information that needs to be told, but if we wait for Leosin, it could be too late. We have serious stuff.
Okay. What is the nature? I know you probably want to wait for your friends for this, but I understand that there is a time crunch here, but nothing that you've said to me seems, besides eggs possibly hatching, nothing you've said to me or explained to me, are people chasing you when they're a day away?
Well,
is a spell going to be completed?
We know where they're going. We know that they use teleportation circles. We know they have more dragon eggs. There's a lot of information, but you literally told us to wait till Leosin comes, and that seems crazy. We have so much information, and you keep telling us to wait.
Listen, Gorple, trust me, I'm not a young man anymore, and I've had my fair share of running into and out of burning buildings. And what I learned from that time is sometimes it's best to wait for the fire brigade with buckets of water. And I understand you may not like that answer, but if you're going to ask me, hey, Onthar, we're trying to find the person who most knows about dragons and what to do about this, my answer, wait for Leosin. Leosin's the man with the plan. If I had heard this from a missive, I would seek him out. Now, there are magical ways of trying to track him, but you expend those or wait a day or two. Is your business so pressing that 2 days, possibly 3, will crack the world in half? Or do you feel in your heart, with your feelings, that there is a pressure?
I mean, these people have been working. They've struck a town already. They're moving to Baldur's Gate. They're making moves that are unseen. They need to be uncovered, and we know where they're going. We know that they're moving large amounts of treasure. They're trying to free this evil queen. We encountered her. Her fucking claw came out of a fiery plane. It was crazy. She tried to steal my friend's soul. It was terrible.
All right. I mean, listen, all of that does sound like you say, pretty terrible. But
Also, their leader escaped us. We chased him to this area where he cast a fucking teleportation where they teleported a group of these people. Like their army and all their treasure, they teleported it somewhere. We don't know where, besides we know their orders are, I think, to go to Baldur's Gate or meet in Baldur's Gate.
well, here's the good news. Once we have a more formulated plan, once I understand things better, and like I keep saying, once Leosin is here, once we have all the information, we can get you moving pretty fast. We can get you on a boat. We can use magics. There's many ways to get you where you need to go with expediency, but it might take a little bit of patience for us to set you up in that direction.
I mean, last we saw Leeson, he was very hurt. So how long he could take to get here is a variable.
Listen, I've known Leosin more than a decade. Oh God, is it going on 2 now? Jeez, 2 decades, and I've seen that man nearly be torn in half, and then get up for sausage and breakfast the next morning. He's cagey. Don't count him out. If he knows to meet you here, he'll be here. Or, barring that, he'll send a message or a messenger forward. Of all the things that I like and dislike about Leosin, he's a man of his word. He's come through every single time that I've needed him. So I'm going to ask that you have a little bit of faith, Gorple.
I mean, okay, that's fine. Well, then, these things we can talk about, I guess, can wait. We have information about the cult that might be helpful, but if you don't think it's time to talk about it, then these things can wait.
I mean, listen, that talk is coming and it's going to be important, but I feel like y'all have been running for quite a while. And after we meet with Leosin, after we determine the next step for all of you, you're going to be running again. So take it from an old man. Take these breaks when you can.
So
Enjoy
I think
hospitality while it's provided.
I think Warble kind of begins to shake and he slams his fist as hard as he can into this desk. And he goes, "They killed my best friend and they all need to pay. And you don't understand. We can run, but they all need to die. So we have to find them or they're going to kill more people who are better than that. They're going to kill innocent people and they're going to hurt the people that we care about the most. So they have to be stopped. And that's why we run. And that's why we keep moving. And that's why we can't stop. Because if not, more innocent people are going to get hurt."
Frume is fairly calm after you slam his desk. Like, he kind of, like, looks up, but he doesn't, jump or anything. He just kind of, like, nods. Corporal, I understand this is personal. And I understand that you've lost someone. And I feel for you. Truly, I do. I have lost dozens of men under my watch. Men that I personally, and women, that I sent into the fire, into battle, and they never came out. I know what that feeling is. That fire that you have in you right now, I know that feeling. But I promise you that there are other problems in this world. Problems possibly greater than the one you're dealing with. And I'm putting all of my resources, my reputation, on the line for you and your allies. And I don't do that because of every frog-shaped person that walks into my door I just feel all cuddly for. It's because that fire you're feeling, I sense that in you. I sense that from some of your friends. I know this is personal. And I wish that sometimes someone had pulled me aside and said, "Frume, wait a goddamn minute. Just breathe." And I know it's hard. And I know the only thing you see right now is your friend's face. And you can't do anything about that. They died. In battle, I hope. They are with Torm now.
No, they're
They
not.
are in the fields of Elysium.
They're not. Their soul's inside this broken gem, and I can't get them out.
And Gorple, being mad about it, ain't getting you any closer.
Well, I need to figure out a way to solve this. Literally, I kind of like, he points to like this cracked green gem that he wears to the necklace. A dragon claw from the fiery pits of hell, it looked like, tried to take our friend's soul. And in my last-ditch effort, I captured his soul inside here, but now it's broken. And it's leaking magic, and I don't know how we can save him and get him out so he can go to that just reward you speak. That's the problem. This is all the problem. As like Gorple kind of like deflates, like with
Gorple, do you trust me?
I do. I want to. I don't know if I fully do.
Give me your friend.
He kind of hands you the livery.
You know, and Onthar does take it with a bit of reverence. Torm is known for many things, but he favors those who die in battle, fighting for their allies, fighting for a glorious cause. And I do not know this person, and perhaps I'll get the chance to get to know them better, but I'm going to pray for them. I'm going to speak with Torm, and perhaps his guidance can find a way to send your friend where he needs to be.
Okay, just be careful, because that's apparently a soul gem, and if you touch it too long and think about it, your soul can go inside it, and it's bad.
Well, let us hope that Torm will protect me. Gorple, I'm going to ask that you go to bed, you rest, and you try, beyond trying, to relax. You're not going to get this opportunity again. I can tell you lead the kind of life that doesn't lead a lot of sitting around and getting baths and room service. So enjoy it.
I mean, I don't have a long life, so I gotta live it to the fullest.
And sometimes that means relaxing. It's not time wasted if recuperating your energy makes you better at the next day and the day after that. Now, Cheval, it is time for rest. I will pray, and I kind of hold up the gem in front of you.
Okay.
And I will see if I can guide your friend where it needs to be, or at least maybe give you guidance on how to get them there.
Okay, that would be good. And he kind of like slinks out. If frogs could cry.
Do you take Lightbringer, by the way?
Yeah, he kind of like gingerly takes it. And if a frog could cry, he would be crying, but they can't. They can't. They don't got tears. So his skin is slightly sweaty, and he kind of heads out.
I remember that Prince song. What? This is what it sounds like when frogs cry.
Yeah, that song blares in the background. And
no, I just imagine the Hulk like walking away song as
sad Hulk music.
Ding,
oh yeah,
ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, 100%. He just looks at the smiling ogre in this gauntlet, reminding him of Bocek as he slinks out the door and heads upstairs.
Okay. And as you slink upstairs, that is where we're going to take our break. All right. Ooh, some good RP going on here. Awesome. All right. So we're going to take a quick break. We will be back shortly. And we will see what happens next. So stick with us. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Thanks for sticking with us. All right, so Gorple, you leave for the evening. When you come back up to your room, in the far corner of the other side of the room, the opposite side of where all your beds are, you see these privacy screens that are set up, and Basha is behind those screens. You can kind of hear her sighing to herself, and you occasionally hear the splashing of water.
I'm singing to myself too,
Yeah,
like just traditional songs, just in the tub. I'm fine.
Yeah. And the rest of your party is, I'll leave it up to the rest of you, either sleeping or getting ready to bed down.
Drovar is writing a letter of some sort, like kind of stopping and like,
okay.
I think Warple kind of like sulks into the room as much as he can. And he kind of goes, all right, we're not in a crazy rush Oh, Vince is asleep. Doesn't matter. All right, cool. So apparently Leoson's this expert, and so while I was trying to press how important it was to get like the information we know to him, to like, wow, my brain. Sorry, Frume. He kind of said that he would then just go tell Leosin, so it's almost worth it for us to maybe relax for a day or so and kind of like take this moment to gather ourselves, because likely when Leosin comes and we actually have a plan, they can like magically move us, give us supplies, ships, a wagon, like they can get us to where we need to go to help actually solve the problem. Yeah. So that was
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
So besides that, I have Lightbringer, and I wanted to give it back to either the Temple of Lathander or give it to the Order so that they would have another weapon against threats. But since you guys were there when we all found these things, I wanted to kind of see what you guys felt.
Well, I mean, it's you're pretty much using it as just a light source. I mean, I've got those of us that have got something to swing. We've got other stuff.
Yeah, it's like a glorified lantern that hangs on my belt, and it feels really disrespectful, to be honest.
Well, it probably can be put to better use, and we can earn at least a favor. I mean, having a church of, having a place full of people that can, reattach a limb or something is, having them owe you a favor is worth it.
That's fair. I mean, again, I could give it to the Order because they'll actually use it. Like, if we give it to the church, they might just shine it and buff it a bunch and just leave it in their sight, while there are people who could do good with it. And so...
Yeah, and we're talking outside of my range. I don't know that church very well. But, these guys, they look like a roisterous bunch. Somebody's going to put it to use.
Yes, weapons should be used. Amala says as she's like getting out of armor and like going over to the eggs again.
Maybe there's a couple of followers of Lathander among this lot who know what they've got in their hands, and you kind of kill two birds with one stone with it.
That's
Find a paladin of Lathander. Problem solved.
That's kind of what I was thinking, honestly. And also, to be fair, like, by giving them this, it's kind of like showing them a bit of faith, and then in return, maybe they could give us an item that is literally a glorified flash, like, lighting device that is only its purpose. Because it's probably way easier for them to have something like that opposed to me carrying this, like, almost relic around.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, keep in mind, I can't really say it's a relic. I mean, it was commissioned and never used. It got buried, so it's not like it's got this legendary history or anything. It basically never even got out of the crate before it was, buried in the fall of the mine. But people did pay for it, and they were hoping to make use of it. So we could say it's like page 1 of the legend starts here. Hand it off to somebody and say, go, kid. Knock yourself out.
Okay, that's fair. That's kind of what I was thinking.
All right.
I mean, this city's the city doesn't have the answers, the people that could give us the answers in the way we want them, and we're here because we're waiting for that half elf to show up.
Well, I'll say you guys saw the map downstairs. Yeah. Was there any like magical emporiums? Because we got like spider staff we could trade. We got a bunch of weird items, right? That we could sell or trade.
This place doesn't seem. Now there might be places that'll take those things. Yeah.
You saw on the map. Really. Yeah. You saw on the map, and you did pass through it. Although most of the stores were closed, there is a central marketplace.
Oh.
But there are no specific stores like mentioned on the maps, but you did see you could easily find a marketplace if you wanted to stop by there.
Like, we got a bunch of money, and I feel like we could probably use some upgrades, and this is like one of the only cities besides Neverwinter we've been in.
Yes, and we should probably get some things for Vincent. Vincent does not know what he needs, so we should help him.
All right, I'm definitely down for helping him find armor or whatever he would need.
And just like good soap and perfume and stuff, like me. I mean, we've got to give the men a new start.
Anyway.
Alright, cologne, whatever.
Why are you rubbing whale musk on yourself?
It smells good, shut up.
No, it doesn't. It makes you pray.
She, like, splashes extra loud, like, just like, whatever!
Basha, if you want to play Splash, I just kind of uncork my
No,
decanter.
don't you dare! Don't you dare!
No. Yeah.
We all have to sleep in here tonight.
Oh, that bath sounds very nice, Labash. I cannot wait for mine in the morning.
I mean, I gave Vincent my sword that I, again, wasn't using anymore.
Was that Talon?
No, I'm wielding Talon now. I gave him the Sturge King's rapier. Because it served me well, but I kind of want to wield Talon in Bocek's honor.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Well,
is
yeah.
Vincent actually asleep, by the way, Matt?
Out cold.
Like a baby.
Yeah.
It's
Just like
weird.
literally, like one leg is just hanging off of the bed. He's not all the way on the bed,
Scratching his belly.
Yep.
Oh, it's so
Alright.
cute.
Amala, do you want to do some prayers with me and try to see if we can commune and help these dragon eggs and prove people wrong?
I want to also sing it a
Yes.
lullaby tonight.
Okay.
All right, you can do that.
So I will emboldening bond us,
Okay.
and then I will kind of begin praying and saying near them and cuddling, and I will spend 2 second-level slots to kind of invest one in each of them, and then the rest of my slots I'll turn into good berries. So I just go and 40 good berries appear, or 50. I think.
Jesus.
So many good berries.
I would also like to spend a spell slot. I don't know if this is gonna work. I would like to spend a 3rd level, what I'd normally do for Leomin's tiny hut, so like that kind of protective barrier, but I just want to lay it as like a feeling on the eggs, but a magical feeling. I don't actually want to create Leomin's tiny hut, if that makes sense, but I kind of want to like impart that feeling of security
Okay.
to the eggs as I'm singing it a lullaby, but I am going to put like 3rd level of magic over it, so.
Okay. All right. So let's start. All right. Let me start with a mom.
Well, then-
So,
Since I have a third person, I will also embolden Basha then.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
okay. All right. So Amala, what is it that you specifically do with the eggs?
All right, so Imala adjusts herself on the floor, sitting, cross-legged. She will put a hand on each of the eggs, specifically on the scaly parts,
Okay.
the black scaly parts, and she will start, praying to Bahamut in Draconic to see if there's any kind of response that she can get, and just trying to give the egg some of her radiance, like some of like that paladin kind of feeling.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check, please. So D20 and your wisdom modifier.
You get a D4, you're emboldened.
Can I use one of our things?
Yeah.
There's plenty of inspirations.
That one's worse. How many do we have?
You can only use one per try.
No. Can I go with the higher one, Chris?
Yeah, you can choose which one you use. So what was that?
Only a 10.
10. Okay. And Gwarple, you're using emboldening bond. You were going to use what specifically? What spell slot?
I'm going to use 2 second levels, one on each of the eggs. And I'm essentially, I don't know, I guess I'm probably trying to kind of mix a bless with heroism to be you don't have to be evil. You can be brave. It's your choice. And he's kind of really concentrating on the idea of proving people wrong because how dare you say that this can't be I'm different and my people are bad. So clearly there's an option for everyone. And so he's like focusing on the idea of like, these are not born yet, so clearly this decision is not made yet. And when they are born, hopefully they'll make the right decision.
Okay. Because you are expending those spell slots, roll wisdom check for me with advantage, please.
Oh man, I should have done that.
You can if you want to. I'll allow it.
Can I use my 2 first level spell slots for like a divine favor, which I know is like an attack thing for radiance?
Sure.
Can I use a group inspo because I rolled bad also?
Man, it is not in the cards tonight. Yeah, you should use it.
Okay.
All right. So should I do the wisdom again then, Chris?
Yeah, one more wisdom check.
With advantage?
No, just be a straight one.
Just straight, okay.
Okay.
So mine is only a 14.
14. Okay. And what'd you get, Amala?
That is a 21 now.
Yeah.
That is a hell of a lot better than a 10.
I agree.
And Basha, for you, you're putting in a 3rd level spell slot, you said?
Yeah, 3rd level spell slot. The energy around Leomin's tiny hut, but really I'm singing them lullabies like I would have sung to my daughters when they were young. So
Gotcha.
That's the plan.
All right. Roll me an Arcana check with
Woo.
advantage.
Oh god, okay. I don't even know if I need that advantage. 27.
27, okay. Well, I always like to see if you get a nat 20, because things might happen.
That was a nat 20. That was a nat 20, because my Arcana is +7, so that was
okay. All right. So, as the 3 of you gather around the eggs, and Basha, you hold Jan in your hand. And as you are singing the song, Amala is kind of like touching the eggs as well. Warple, you are touching the eggs. And there's this slight hum. Not Basha singing, but just of energy, divine and arcane, intermingling around these eggs. And you begin to see this kind of shimmer around the eggs. And you're not sure exactly what that means, because the 3 of you have just used very differing magics in conjunction with one another around 2 semi-living entities. And as this happens, Amala, you definitely feel your connection with Bahamut. And your holy symbol begins to glow, just ever so slightly. Warple, your hands, underneath your hands, there is this light green glow. And as you pull your hands away from both eggs, the handprints stay. This green energy outline of your hands. But there is this ever so faint blue shimmer around the entirety of both eggs. It feels just a little cold. You're not sure what this means at this moment in time, but it doesn't feel negative. Feels good in some way. But you're not entirely sure, any of you, what this means yet.
I mean, it's cold, so it's not that good.
I give each of them a little kiss on the top of them too, like mwah, mwah, good night.
Drovar, you just shaking your head. Like
I just look up. I'm seeing them all kind of huddled around, and he's just sort of, okay. Just
Drovar, say something nice to the egg. Eggs. Say something nice to the eggs.
He's like,
Perfect.
you know, if you should always, if you're ever in a fight with someone you've never met, but you're standing back to back with them, that's somebody you should buy a drink for. That's, yeah.
Oh, good advice. I like that. You hear
Was
that,
it-
eggs? Good night.
what?
Good night.
Was it? Oh, jeez.
I don't know.
Drovar, make me a persuasion check, please.
God. An 18.
18. Gorple, you watch as the egg on the right, as Drovar finishes saying this, it slightly like moves, like there's some kind of kick or movement
I
inside.
put my hand on it. I think it likes your voice. You have a good timbre. And the tone was probably correct.
What?
Well, when you talk to babies or you talk to like a pregnant belly, it's generally the tone and timbre of your voice that they feel. They can't understand words, but it's like talking to an animal without
They do
using magic. Yeah, without using magic. When you like handle an animal and stuff, you use a lot of tone and the sound of your voice, and you kind of present feelings and they kind of react. It's like how you treat a horse and how you do other things. They're creatures that don't fully understand yet, but they're learning and growing. Obviously, they're growing in this egg.
They like your voice.
They think
Okay.
you're great, Drovar.
Yeah,
Oh.
Dadvar, you're doing great.
Oh. Okay. Right, time for bed.
Yep.
Yep, I agree.
All right, you
Good night,
all,
everyone.
you all bed down for the evening.
I'm gonna put Vincent's leg up onto the bed as I
Okay.
pass by, just ever slow slightly. Like, I don't actually like you, I just want the monster under the bed to get you. Like,
Yeah.
I actually will throw a blanket over him if there's an extra blanket that we're not using for the nest. I'll be like,
Oh yeah, there are so many bed sheets and linens that have been brought up for you.
Is your water still warm, Basha?
Probably. It's all soapy
Great.
though.
Whatever.
All right.
It's better than my cold water.
Yeah.
And I only need to be in it for an hour. I'm gonna sleep with the eggs once I'm done soaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like lukewarm at this point, so it's pretty nice for you, Gorple.
Yeah. I'll kind of strip down and plop underwater for an hour, and then afterwards I will then curl up with Teague and kind of create a nest, and using our reptilian body heat, which is little, try to keep these eggs warm.
Perfect. All right, and you all bed down for the evening without any issue, and thankfully you feel safe enough that you don't have to actually have a watch the way you do when you're out in the field. So you just completely passed out, and he's very, very comfortable. Onthar.
a bed that can fit me. Oh, no, like, how?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
How nice is this?
Oh yeah, it definitely fits you. They definitely took into account everything. Onthar, before you are bedded down for the evening, are you doing anything with the gem?
Yeah. So I imagine that I have a small shrine to Torm in my office, right?
Mhm.
My kind of personal one.
Yeah.
And kind of in the gauntleted, I imagine there's like a gauntleted hand, right?
Mhm.
In the, like a fist.
Oh
I
yeah.
kind of open the fist, I put the gem in it, and I will say my nightly prayers that I probably normally do, but I will kind of add something a little extra this time and sort of have Torm look over this new band of travelers.
Okay.
And also to, if there was a spirit within this gem that died in battle, as is your way, if you could open a line of communication, I pray to be able to send them where they belong or where they ought to be. Whether
Okay.
that starts with a conversation or what have you,
Right. And I will say, because you are using your actual altar as a focus, roll me a wisdom check with advantage.
Just pure wisdom.
Yeah, just D20 and add your wisdom modifier.
Okay. Oop, that first one's not great. Second one's better. It's gonna be a 13 all day.
Okay. All right. So you say your prayers. You add the inclusion of these new individuals into your prayers, and send a little extra of the Torm blessed energy that you hold within you towards the altar to see if you can gain any insight on this gem. And you feel that energy take hold as it normally does when you do something of this nature. But nothing immediate happens. And you bed down for the evening. But over the course of the evening, you do receive these strange images. And you know, because this is not the first time that you have received visions from Torm in your lifetime, that this is exactly what this is. You see images of a beautiful jungle teeming with wildlife, of many creatures similar to Gorpal's pet, some larger, some smaller, some aquatic, some flying through the air. And that image passes and another image takes its place, one of the same jungle, but now this time it is ripped asunder under this storm of black clouds and thunder and lightning. These creatures, not specifically full in corporealness, they seem to be translucent. They seem to be spirits, but they seem to be in torment now. They are flying about, being yanked by the violent winds and storms about in the sky. The vision fades, returns. This time you see a swamp. This swamp is teeming with what you can definitely see as corrupt life. The trees are black and gnarled, not entirely living, but some kind of life force keeping them growing into these almost barriers that they connect together in. The life in the actual swamp itself seems twisted and deformed. And in the middle of this swamp, you see what looks like a ruin of some sort of stones. The ruin itself is mostly intact, but it is taken over by these corrupted looking black vines that seem to be oozing this like film, for lack of a better term, all across the stones. And you feel yourself slightly pulled into this ruin, and you see this half giant shackled. He is shackled to a wall by each arm. Both legs are similarly shackled. And you hear a voice. This place now. And as the last part of those words reverberate throughout this ruin, the vision begins to fade. And in the morning, as you awake, you do realize that you did see the soul of Gorpal's friend. You don't quite understand, but the shackles are a very clear indication that the soul is trapped. And something needs to be done to free him, because the soul will not be freed without help.
Got it.
Okay. The rest of you wake in the morning, full evening's rest. You have the benefits of a long rest. All of your spell slots and skills that are now back. You're back to full hit points. And you awake to the sounds of people, just people below you, on the floors below you, beginning to wake and move and talk. You hear laughing and talking and muffled sounds of movement. Those of you who are inclined to check on the eggs, especially since Gorple and Teague are kind of wrapped around him at this point. They are mostly white. The tips of both eggs are black, but there seems to be some significant improvement in what's going on with the eggs, and now they are mostly this ivory white color, bone color. There is still the outline of Gorple's handprints on both eggs, and that blue sheen that is kind of slightly cold is still there as well.
Maybe they just needed a mother's touch.
Maybe.
It was the kisses on top of them that helped, I believe.
That was 100% what did it. Kisses to sleep. It always
here,
works.
Here you go. I pass out 8 good berries to everyone. You don't have to eat them this time, Vincent, because we're going to get real food. But just in case they can heal and they make you full, and they might be able to smooth people over.
All right, then. And I'm going to put them in my pouch.
All right. You begin making your way, getting ready for the day, make your way out of the room. And as you do, you can see people are beginning to file out of their rooms. Most of the rooms are empty at this point. As you get to the first floor, it's not as packed as it was in the course of the evening. There's maybe half a dozen people that are there. But the day is yours. You can do what you like at this moment.
I mean, I don't know if y'all want to take baths like they offered, but after that, if you want to go shopping, I want to go shopping.
I'll take a bath it has been a while.
Yes, I'm going to bathe and then I will come shopping with you.
Then I will just
we're
relax.
going for a bath.
Teague is the last one down the stairs because he's very delicately and carefully kind of moving down the stairs, and there's the click of his claws on the wood as he does, like continuously as he comes down. But he definitely, like, he answered you as soon as you said that.
Yeah.
Vincent, would you like to go into the back as well to bathe this morning?
Yes.
You have
okay.
bathed before, right?
Yeah. Yes, I've bathed.
Okay, good.
before.
Okay.
That's a meme.
Yeah.
Before, right?
So as you exit the actual, we'll call it the boarding house at this point, because you actually don't know what the name of the building is called yet. So as you leave the boarding house and you make your way to the tavern, you can see, like, there's a steady stream of people leaving as well. They're well ahead of you, making their way over to the
DM,
tavern.
if I may.
Yes.
So as you guys leave the boarding house, the very clear sounds of combat can be heard kind of off near the stables where you guys first parked. Taking, 3 steps to the right and looking over there, you see there are several members and people that you saw last night, including Frume, who are engaged in these drills. Frume seems to be leading them, and it's for anyone who's a martial character. This is someone training people how to fight, how to work together as a unit, how to, kind of. And I'm like, all right, get in line. All right, let's go. Come on. And after a little while, certain people seem to get paired off, and it seems that they start their morning pretty early with training.
Yeah, the training part goes over Basha's head. She's just looking at all the muscular people like, oh.
There are a lot of sweaty boys.
Yeah.
That's what you're into. There are a lot of sweaty
I will
boys.
come out here to drink my coffee while they all bathe.
Yeah. There's plenty of other individuals as well, female, non-binary. Like you can see but everybody is like sweaty. They're not in full armor. But they are working up a sweat and they are going at it.
Yeah, Basha's like, she finds like the most prominent place to like lean, like, and is like drinking coffee kind of awkwardly because she's like, yes, look at me. This is how everyone drinks coffee, don't you? Like,
as Frume kind of catches a few of you guys hanging out and Basha just sort of leading, he kind of is like, all right, keep your guard up on the left, and I want to see some more power in those swings. Oi! And he kind of gives a quick trot over to you guys.
Morning.
Listen. Morning to you. Barack Ovar, my friend. Sleep well?
Very well.
Good. Listen, Amala, I'll happily take you to that shrine of Bahamut I told you about later today, if you don't mind the training happening first.
Perfect. I just bathed. I will join you guys with training if you don't mind. If you don't mind, Basha.
No, I can wait to shop anytime. It's really not that important. It's fine. You all go right ahead.
Well, I will say this: you haven't bathed yet, and there's reasons.
Okay.
So,
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, if you'd like to come train with us, Amala, honestly, some of the lads and the lasses, we'd love to see what you got. I will say Vasily said he's cooking up some games today. That could mean any number of things. So, look into that if you'd like. And, I'm going to be here most of the day, but I might be in and out. You're welcome to stop by and drop things off, whatever may happen. And Gwarple, at some point, let's talk. Torm sent me a vision, and I think it's related to your friend.
Okay. We were gonna go take a bath, and then we were gonna go shopping, but I'd be free between the bath and shopping.
I mean, it's. I don't know if it's pressing, but just come find me when you get a moment.
But I'm saying train now rather than, waste a perfectly good bath by getting all sweaty right after. And I hop over the fence, without, and because of the boots, he actually just jumps right over.
Oh yeah,
I
like a flea, just doing. Yep.
I pet Teague. Don't worry. Bath is still on the table. We got to impress my new boss, and I'll hop over. But
Yes, Vincent?
I'll hop over, but make it more impressive than Drovar because I have a vertical leap of a frog.
Yes,
Yeah.
Vincent.
That seemed unnecessary, but okay.
And
Squire, come over
wait.
here. And
Wait,
Squire comes
Vincent.
over.
Vincent has been trying to say something. What are you trying to say, Vincent?
I believe I owe you a conversation myself when you're done training.
And for a moment, Onthar's face, once again, that mask of joviality seems to fade, and there's a stern look, and he puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you for saying something. That means a lot. I look forward to it.
Okay.
And with that, he kind of squeezes your shoulder, and he's like, all right.
All right, so as Drovar and Gwarple hop over the fence, Amala's going to go over and open the gate and walk through.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, you could do that if you want.
Perfect. I
Hey,
love it.
Vincent, you want coffee? We'll get you some coffee. We can watch.
Yes, that would be nice.
There's actually a table set up, and it's specifically just like water and coffee. Like there's no ale, there's no beer, and it's just like right outside by the training area. So easily enough, you're able to kind of pick up a glass, a mug, and drink.
So that coffee's for everyone, right? Just
Yeah, it's
Oh
just out
God!
there.
I should
I
probably
mean-
just have a little bit.
No, Gwarple! No, that's cheating!
No, I did it. Get away. Ah!
Oh my God!
Oh yeah, Onthar, you watch as Gwarple seems to vibrate violently as he sips the coffee, and not that he's trying, his body is just like.
I'm ready to train. So training. Woo!
I've never seen this before.
Oh, it's terrifying. This is why I
Okay.
don't let him have coffee usually.
Well,
You're not my mom. You're not my mom, witch. You're not my mom.
well, I don't know what's going on, but he'll learn his lesson one way or another.
All right.
Bonza, Fimin, and Squire, come on, we got some training to do, and
All right.
you guys and gals will be paired off with some of these other people, and
All
trade.
right. Yeah. So who wants Tothis? Who wants Fimin? And who wants Bonza?
Dibs Femin.
Who's the biggest one?
Oh, Fimin. That's
Fimin.
the gift. That's the gift.
Dibs. Bigger they are. I'm the tiniest. It'll be hilarious. And I'm gonna win.
No, Cheval, you have to fight my squire.
Okay.
Gotta vibrate like, okay.
All right. I look over at Amala. It's like, flip a coin for him.
All right, let's flip a coin.
All right. So I say we just each roll a d20, and highest one is effectively heads or tails.
Yeah, there you go.
Whatever.
Basha's casting prestidigitation in the background of this, so
16.
there's sorry.
Only a 5.
Aw.
All right. So Drovar gets Fimin.
Yep.
All right. And you will get a Bonza.
Who and
All
what
right.
is Bonza?
Bonza was the gnome that was with Fimin.
I'm gonna step on him though. I'm 7.5 foot tall.
her.
Her, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, Amala, if you want a real challenge, and Onthar puts a warhammer on his shoulder.
Paladin fight.
Paladin fight.
Paladin!
Bonza looks very offended. She's just standing there with both her hands on her hips and like, I don't care how big you are. I could kick your ass.
Yeah, us small
Ooh.
people have to work
Yeah.
twice as hard.
I
I
like
vote
you.
for that
right.
fight.
I like you. I will fight you, and then I'm coming after you next. I'm gonna point over.
Bonza turns to you, Frume, and she's like, don't worry, master. She's not going to be able to fight you after I'm done with her.
Ooh, I like this challenge.
Your fighting spirit has always been my favorite thing about you.
Thank you, master.
We're going to be great friends.
Fimin just comes over to you, Drovar, and is like, don't take this ass kicking personal.
Don't worry. You won't.
He smiles. He's like, and Thaddeus goes over to you, Gorpal, and just kind of like takes his sword out and just kind of salutes you and just bows. All right.
It's like sword and shield. Are we using wooden weapons? What's going on?
I was just about to ask.
You can use the flat of your blades, and it's just you can see as you're looking at everyone else. It looks like it's just like a touch, making sure that if you actually get them, it's considered a point, and it looks like 3 points is a winner of a match.
Does there seem to be like a spare shield around?
Yeah, there are spare weapons and shields.
Okay. I'll grab a shield and I'll one hand talon this fucking bastard sword in my hand because it's a long sword.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I can do this.
Alrighty, so let's see. We will start with Amala. So Amala, I would like for you to roll initiative, please.
Cool.
All right. And let me know what you get.
I got a nat 1 for a 2. Hopefully this gets the bad rolls out of the way.
Wow! So Bonza gets a 3, so she goes before you do.
Perfect.
Alrighty. So as you're just kind of standing there and she's kind of holding, she's not holding her mace. She is actually holding a short sword. And she just kind of like, yeah, don't worry, I'll take it easy on you. And as you're kind of like stretching and getting ready, she just lunges at you very, very quickly. And let's see, that's going to be a 19 to hit.
Oh, that hits exactly.
Yeah, so as she lunges in, she just smacks you on the side of your leg for a point. And so she's like, I guess, I'm too small, right? And she's just kind of like standing there waiting for you to go. So now it is your turn.
Quick question.
Yes.
Before, do I see other people like using spells and such, or are that like prohibited?
Make a quick perception check for me.
That is a 15.
15. As you're like taking a quick look around, you don't see anybody making use of spells. They just seem to be going through like martial training. So you don't see anything of that nature.
So this isn't, the usual fighting that we do. All right.
You weren't given rules, so it's up to you what you'd like to do.
All right, cool. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself to give me a +2 for my AC.
Okay.
And that lasts for concentration up to 10 minutes.
Okay, and that's
Scales of Bahamut shine bright today, I see.
And that's your action?
That is a bonus action,
Okay.
I believe.
So your action is to...
I'm going to lunge at her.
All right, go for it.
16?
16 misses. So as you kind of lunge at her, she kind of like does this very deft dodge and then actually spins around until she's still facing you again.
You have a secondary attack? Are we?
Yeah. This is as if you're fighting someone. That's because that's exactly what you're doing.
Can I use a thing, guys? Maybe.
You have inspirations if you want to use them.
Oh, now I gotta give all my.
We can't hear you.
That is a 26 to hit.
That does hit. So you use the flat of your blade, and as she kind of spins around, you smack her on her ass with the flat of your great sword. And she kind of spins around, stops, and she just kind of like wide eye. One of her eyes goes a little wide. Goes, all right. So that's what we're doing, huh?
I'm surprised my blade can reach that low.
Okay. So she kind of cracks her neck slightly and then lunges in again at you. That's going to be a 24 to hit.
Jesus, yeah, that hits.
That's another point for her. So this time she looks like she's going to actually lunges for your chest and then dives in between your legs, rolls, comes up behind you, and smacks you on your ass with her short sword. She comes back up and she goes, all right, come on, let's do this.
And Mala's literally just gonna laugh and really enjoying this.
Okay, and now it's your turn.
First attack's at 11, so that misses.
Yeah. This time you swing and she just kind of ducks out of the way. You're too big, you're too slow.
How many inspirations do we have, guys? I'm rolling so bad.
1, 2, 3. You have 5 left.
Please. I rolled a 1.
All right, one more. We got 3
Okay.
other. We got at least 2 other fights here.
I will also put another one in the chat. So
Okay, all right. So one more. All right,
24 to hit.
that does hit. So what do you do when you hit her?
Also a little bit of flourishing, trying to show off a little bit. Gonna come in I'm actually going to swing down and really hit her, but I will just tap her lightly on the shoulder with my blade.
Okay.
Oh, that was a much easier place to hit. It's a little bit higher.
Yeah. So you hit her out of she just looks at her shoulder. She goes, really? Are you just fucking with me right now? Come on, let's do this. And she will come in and try to swing at you again. I'm going to use a DM inspiration. Because that was a 2.
Go Bonza.
And Jesus, that was worse. That was a 9. So yeah, she rolls, she does another deft roll, and she comes up to swing at you, and you just block with your great sword. She's like, okay, I've been going easy on you. And then she does another roll, because she actually has multi-attack. Which she has.
Why didn't you do that before?
Because she's fucking with you. But since she missed, you blocked her, she's gonna roll again. And you block it again. And she's just like, shit. And then she just kind of backs up slightly, preparing for your attack. So she didn't actually make any hits on you that time. So now it's your turn.
First is a 15,
Misses.
and second is 11.
Misses also. So as you're swinging at her this time, she's like, ha, 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 and she's just dodging your attack. She's like, that sword is bigger than me. How can you move it? You can't. You're clumsy. You're fat. You're big. And she's just like moving out of the way. And she's like just smack talking you. And as you miss with the second one, she dives, rolls, and she's gonna try and come up to hit you. She ain't gonna hit you with a nat 1. So this time, as she's going to roll and dive, unfortunately, she gets tripped up on your greatsword because you have not pulled it back completely yet, and she just tumbles into the dirt, face first. And then she just kind of looks up at you, and prone at disadvantage, she is going to try and take another swipe at you. And as she takes a swipe at you, you actually pull your short sword up and stick it right in front of you. And she, ding, like the short sword just hits the great sword and is just like vibrating. And she's like, ah! And she just kind of drops it to the ground because she got another nat 1.
We're both rolling really great, it seems.
And she just like, and she's just like looking around. She's still prone, so it is now your turn. You have advantage because she's prone on the ground right now.
Bonzo,
Dirty
you gotta
20?
fight them. Oh, go ahead.
Dirty 20 does hit.
And do you want me to do my other attack as well?
Actually, that's up to you because you just made 3 hits. But if you want to, that's up to you.
Just a flourish on her. 27.
27. Okay. So as she's on the ground and she just kind of drops the short sword, you just kind of very deftly bring your short sword, your great sword around and whack right on her chest plate. And she's like, oh, you got me. And then you bring it around and just kind of tap her on the top of the head. Okay, I said you got me.
I will extend a hand to help her up off the ground.
She takes her hand and you help her up and she's like, all right, I still think you're big and clumsy, but not bad.
That was a lot of fun. Thank
Not
you.
bad.
And thanks for the smack talk. It doesn't happen often.
Yeah, and she kind of like winks at you, smiles, and picks up her short sword. She kind of bows to you, Onthar, and she bows to you, Amala. And she goes, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. I don't think I had enough coffee in me. And she goes over to the table. All right, so
When you win, Basha's definitely, she's been like prestidigitating like random stuff whenever you get a successful like, hit. But at the very end of it, it's definitely confetti and very faint triumphant music. And she's gonna do this for all of you. That's all, so that's just every time you make a hit, just picture Basha just like, woo, magic in the background.
yeah, you watch some of the fighters, like some of the people who are trading, every time that happens, just kind of turn and look, and they just kind of shake their heads, and they just go back to what they're doing. But they're smiling, like they think it's pretty cool, but they're not used to seeing it.
If any of them are cute, Basha gives them a wink too.
There are a few you would probably find attractive. All right, so now it is Drovar and Phenom.
I call after the gnome as she walks off. It's like, oh, don't worry, I'll avenge the honor of the shorties.
She kind of looks at you, she goes, you better. All right, so Drovar, please roll me initiative.
Alrighty. Natural 20.
Ooh,
coming out
very
strong.
nice. Yeah, nice.
With you being all fancy and getting all the good rolls.
All right. So as you kind of like get closer, you can see that he is not holding the great sword that you saw yesterday. He actually has a long sword and a shield. And he's like, all right, whenever you're ready. And you have the first go.
All right, as as he's kind of like, whenever you're I'm already boing, like just going straight at him.
Go for it.
So, okay, so the basic rules were it's like whoever gets 3 hits, is that the way
Yeah,
this is?
whoever gets 3 hits first is the winner.
So raging doesn't give me any bonuses to hit, so I do not rage.
Okay.
But just launch myself at him. Okay. Okay, I'm going to use one of those inspirations.
Okay, go for it.
12 is no better.
Yeah, unfortunately, you go and you swing, and he brings up his shield very quickly, and you just wind up hitting his shield.
Okay. So for the second attack, basically I'm like bounding into the air because he's so tall. I kind of climb up over the shield to like try to bring the flat of the axe like down on the top of his head.
Okay, go for it.
24.
24 does hit.
Okay. And pretty much just keep going over him and then land on the ground behind him and turn around. It's like, you were saying?
Yeah, and he kind of spins and he kind of looks and goes, good hit. Good fucking hit. And then he just comes in to try and get you. All right. And the first roll is going to be 19 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. So as you kind of like jump over him, hit him, spin, before you even get to turn around, he has tapped you on like your shoulder blade with the long sword. And he's just kind of waiting, and then he's going to come in for another attack. That's a 17 to hit?
Yep.
Okay. As you spin around, he waits until you're just like kind of halfway, and then when it gets you right in the front of your chest. And then now he just kind of like slowly backs up, getting ready for another attack, holding his shield. He's like, all right, looks like I'm going to win.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. I don't have, my armor class is not actually that good because I'm all about rage hit points. So it's like, got to finish it now. And I just go straight, like I basically just head straight for him. And I'm basically trying to like smack both of his knees to like bring him down as I go through the tunnel, essentially.
Okay, perfect. Go for it.
All right,
if you get reckless, Drovar, there's a really good chance you can finish this match.
Oh, that's true. I will go reckless actually, because that is kind of a reckless thing. I forgot about that. So yeah, we're going reckless.
Go for
Kneecap him.
Oh, classic dwarf maneuver there. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
All right, so a 26 for the first hit.
Definitely hits. You get you as you're moving in, boom, you get the side of the right knee, and you watch like he doesn't go down, but you definitely hit him. He's like, oh.
And then a 25 for the other one.
And you get him with the third one. So, yeah.
And as he kind of sinks to his knees, I just kind of, come up and like, now I can reach his back and his shoulders. It's like, don't feel too bad about it. Ugh. I was trained to fight guys taller than you.
He kind of shakes it off. He gets up and kind of sheathes the sword, and he's like, "That was really great. That was fucking excellent.
I'll buy you a drink tonight for sure."
No, drink's on me.
Done and done.
All right, and he just bows to you, bows to Frume, and then he just kind of walks off to the other trainees. And last but not least is Gwarple and Thothis. All right, so Gwarple, please roll me initiative.
I also got
drill bar. Have some coffee.
I also got a natural 20, so I have a 24.
Oof, that's all that coffee. It's all that coffee. Yeah.
Oh my god. Basha forgets to throw confetti because she's so terrified.
Yeah. So as he kind of approaches you, he goes, may we have an excellent battle. Before you finish saying battle, you go, and you go for an attack. Go for it. He seems terrified as you scream at him. He's like,
AC 20.
That does hit.
Ha again.
All right, so he's like, oh, so you kind of come in, you swing, and you hit him like right in the chest because where he was bowing, you just kind of get him in the arm and chest. He's like, Ah! And he
I
goes-
imagine AC 13 will miss for my second shot.
Yeah, that does
Unless,
miss, unfortunately.
unless you guys want me to use a group inspo, I'll use it. I don't know. We have a billion.
Yeah,
Sure,
you
I'll
guys-
use it. Why not? We'll make it cool.
All right.
Yeah, that's an AC 25.
Yeah, you definitely hit.
So,
yeah.
so I hit him in the chest, and as he's staggering back, I just bound over him and tap him in the back of his helmet and
Yeah.
land behind him.
He's like, and now he's like trying to find you, realizes you're behind. He's like, spins around, and he's going to come in with a longsword attack. He's also wearing a shield.
A turtle behind my shield.
Yeah. So the first swing, I'm going to use another DM inspiration because Stathis also wants to look good for his boss. And let's see. That's not much better. 13, I don't think hits you. Yeah. So clearly freaked out by the attack you just did. He's like, and he's like swinging wildly, unfortunately, and misses you. I'm gonna try. He tries for a second attack. That's gonna be a 24. So he does. The first one misses, but the second one, he gets you and just kind of like taps you like right around the hip area. He's like, okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to freak out like that. Just you caught me by surprise. Let us continue, Master Quapple.
It's why I'm a hunter. I'm going to leap forward.
He seems very, very freaked out right now.
I lean over to Onthar. It's like, do you have any spare squires?
We might need one.
AC 14
does not hit.
I mean, it's the only way he'll learn, you know?
He just, he takes the shield and he kind of smacks your sword back away from him.
That's a second AC 14, so I will miss twice.
Yeah, and he blocks once more. It's like, okay, all right. Don't worry, I'll make this quick. And he comes in for 2 attacks.
I'm so sorry he has to go up against a caffeinated Gorble.
He gets in that one. He's like, I'll make this quick. And he lunges at you, and you dodge, but the lunge was way too powerful. And he just like gets caught off balance, and he falls prone. While he is prone, he is going to try and attack you from the ground at disadvantage. 12's not going to hit. So as he swings, you're able to just hop in the air. Sword goes under your feet and just come back down. It is now your turn.
I'm going to hold my action as a reaction to attack when he stands up.
Okay. So he kind of like very patiently is like waiting for you to hit him while he's on the ground. Seeing that you don't, he kind of like he grabs the shield, begins to get up, and you can take your reaction.
Then I'll take my attacks.
Yep.
And I crit him.
Ooh.
So as he stands up, I kind of do this like big frog smile, and I just sweep his legs so he goes back down.
And he hits boom, and as he falls, like, excellent sword work, Master Gwopple. And
You don't fight small people a lot, so I threw off your center of balance. It's not your fault.
I train with gnomes, but I've never had a frog person scream at me thusly. So I was a little caught off guard, but now I know that's something I should be prepared for. So thank you for that.
As a hunter, you need to throw off all opponents. As a small person, you need to throw off all opponents because you're smaller than everyone.
Good to know. Thank you for the lesson, Master Gwopple. I greatly appreciate it. And he kind of bows very deeply to you.
You wear way too heavy armor. You move so slow. As like Gwople's just wearing studded leather. He's like, you gotta be it's all in the reflexes, buddy.
I'm still in training. And then he kind of bows to you, Frume. He's like, I'm going to continue my training. Thank you very much. This was a lot of fun and very educational.
I'll train with you more.
I give me some time to prepare. And he just kind of turns and he kind of walks off to a larger group. And you can see a couple of the people just kind of like clasping him on the back. A couple of them are like ribbing him and laughing at him. You see Bonza with a cup of coffee, looking at you, Gorple, and she's like,
Wait, there's more coffee, and I begin slinking over to the,
No!
to the table.
But the rest of the fighting goes on, the match goes on, but you have taken a little bit in of what goes on in the morning training sessions, took part in it successfully, and as you begin making your way into the tavern is a buzz. Like there's at least maybe 24 individuals just sitting down, drinking, eating, having a great time. And as you walk in, you see Vasily behind the bar. Hey, good morning. You see those 4 doors over there? And he points to them. He's like, that each one all set for a bath. So 1 each. Enjoy.
Thank you, Vasily.
No problem. And for those who want to take your baths, you have the water seems to be pretty warm. It seems like it's recently been brought in these beautiful like metal tubs. Like they're not wooden; these are metal tubs. And you get in them, and it's very comfortable. There's some very thick bars of soap. They don't smell like perfumey by any means, but it's just basically to get the grime off, and get you clean. It's not about like smelling nice. Basha specifically asked for the nice smelling soaps.
Yes, I did.
So she got that.
I pull out a bristle brush and I begin going to work on Teague's scales.
Yeah. And Teague's like, as you're kind of brushing him. Yeah.
Vincent fires off flame bolt every once in a while to keep his tub warmer than it should be.
Okay. Vincent, please roll me a d20.
Sorry.
6.
Okay. That's no problem.
It's not a 1.
Yeah, it's not a 1, so no problem. So yeah, you're able to keep your water very, very nice and hot to the temperature that you. But the rest of you're able to take your time. Nobody's knocking on the door telling you to hurry up, and you take whatever amount of time you feel is necessary, scrubbing down and getting clean.
Drover's out pretty quick. I mean, he's like a bath was something. It was a rare treat when he was in the military, but he always knows there's somebody waiting and I got things to do. So he's just,
yeah.
Okay. And he gets out and wrings out the beard and starts tying it off. He's pretty much dressed, but hat still kind of soaked when he comes out. He's like, right, food.
Yeah. As you come out, there's food prepared at a specific table, and it looks like a very haphazardly written piece of paper that's been kind of folded, and there's writing on both sides. And as you approach, it says reserved for Master Frume's guests. And there is just like nobody sitting at the table, but there is plenty of food. There's a couple of jugs that seem to be water, ale, coffee, beer, that are just kind of along with all of these different types of foods.
Basha would be sitting at the table because she wasn't one of the ones taking a bath, so she's the only one there.
Yeah, easy enough.
I imagine during Amala's bath, she just like breathes on the water a little bit and like make it nice and chilly, and just be like, "Yes, food." Like walk out with like some ice crystals on her face, like. Nice,
very very cool. And so as you all individually kind of finish up and you begin sitting around and eating, you watch as Vasily kind of comes from behind a bar, and on one of the walls there seems to be like this wooden board, and you can see on the board there's clearly there's been pieces of paper like kind of nailed to it and then ripped down, because there's like ripped pieces of paper still with nails in them. And you watch as he kind of takes this large piece of paper and just kind of begins nailing it on a board. And as he does, a few individuals kind of get up and they look at this board and they kind of look at the paper and very quickly like, hey, he put it up. He put one up. And a bunch of people start getting up from tables and start like coming around, and they're like, oh, and you actually watch as they begin pulling coin pouches from their belts and like begin looking in their coin pouches. And then some of them seem disappointed, and then some of them seem like, yeah. Yeah.
With it being super crowded, I'll just jump onto the ceiling and crawl over so I can get a look.
As you do, a couple of like, oh shit, that's cool. And they just kind of what? Yeah, you can see that there is some kind of posting up, and on the board it says Vasily's Midnight Fights. And then the midnight, it's actually crossed out and it says midday. And then there's a bunch of, it looks like there's like a bunch of slots, and you can see people starting to put their names on. And then there's on right above the slots, there are 3 names. And the first name, it says Kirad the Blessed. And next to the name, you see 100 gold pieces. The second one says Barum Firefist, and next to it says 75 gold pieces. And then the third one says Awant the Swollen, 25 gold pieces. And as you're just kind of looking at it a little confused, you actually see Bonza. She's actually has taken one of the bar stools, and she's climbed up on it, and you see that she's beginning to put her name on one of the slots. And she just kind of looks up at you. She goes, "Hey, you gonna get in on some of this action?"
What is this action?
Oh, Vasily puts together these fights. Oh man, there's so much fun, right? These are the competitors. These guys are super badass, right? And then like we put in money to fight, and then whoever wins gets like 75% of the take, and then the rest goes to Vasily.
Is it like individual fight or group fights?
Oh no, individual fight.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, yeah, I mean maybe. Let me go talk to my friends, and I'll kind of crawl quickly over the ceiling and explain to everyone what's going on.
Okay.
Do magic people get to do this, or should I just watch? Because
It just said fight. It didn't say anything about not magic. I didn't see rules posted.
There were no rules. It was just 3 names, a money amount, and then slots. And it looks like there was only maybe about 12 slots.
All right, Basha, so we're going to group all of them up, and you're just going to cast Fireball, and then we win all the money.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, I'll give this a shot then.
Yeah, I'll do it too. Why not?
All right, so is the money like the amount you pony up to eventually fight that guy, or is that the prize?
You watch as Fimin comes up to you all as you're sitting there kind of talking it over, and he's like, "Oh, are you all gonna fight? Are you
Probably.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, like, I mean, no offense, you don't look like a fighter, but yeah, if you
She's
want
not
to,
fighting.
I'm
can
not
hold her
a
own.
fighter, but
Are there rules?
yeah, person who's standing at the end of the fight is the winner.
So like magic's okay.
Yeah.
Everything.
oh, I'm fighting. Oh, I'm doing it. Basha just gets up and goes.
Okay,
over.
well, I let her kind of wander off. So Fimin,
Yeah.
we don't know. We're new here. Can you tell us anything about the contestants, like the actual people?
Well, they're marked off in order of how badass they are. Well, according to Vasily, anyway. But no one has ever beat Kirad. Like, Kirad's pretty badass, if I do say so myself. He's a Dragonborn. Like, fucking, there's a reason why they call him the Blessed. Like, he's super badass. I mean, Barum, yeah, he's pretty good too. He's not Kirad, status, but he's not bad. But if you're like not too sure about your, how good you are or what's gonna happen, I'd probably say fight Awant the Swollen. Like he's okay.
I mean,
All right.
but like, how many people? So are each person signing up fighting this person?
Well, no. All right. So here's how it's gonna work. All right. The gold number that's next to their names, that's the minimum you have to put down to fight the person. The more you put in, you go to the top of the list. And whoever puts the most in to fight that individual is the person who gets to fight him that day. So
right.
you
So
can
there's
put
only
in
there's 3 fights. It's
Right.
whoever pays the most to get in on it, and then you double your money if you win.
God,
But
yeah,
you-
you get so it's 100 gold if you win, plus 75% whatever you put in. All right, I don't do math well. All right.
All right, hold up. Let me see if I get this. So let's say me and Gore both decide to go for Kira. Just saying.
Okay,
He
yeah.
puts in 100. I put in 200. I end up being the higher
Yeah.
bid.
You
So
get
we
you
go
get to
in-
fight him. Yeah.
Right. I get to fight him, so I get the 100 prize. Now, do I also get his money or 75% of the money he put in? Like once he puts his money in, it stays there?
All right, so using your example, you put in 200, you get to fight him. So the pot is 300 gold pieces.
Yeah.
You'll get 75% of that, and then the rest goes to Vasily.
Oh, so it's like a silent auction.
I
To get your
don't
ass
know what that
kicked.
is, but
All
I
right.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I mean these fights are epic. They're fucking great.
What
I
do
mean,
the 3 guys up there get out of it? I mean, who's paying them? Or
Vasily,
they-
he's their promoter. Like they're gonna get paid either way. They just won't get paid as much as whoever wins. Because he's got to give them some incentive to fight. I mean,
Well, unless
honestly,
they
like
win.
like Kira, yeah, unless they win. Like, and Kira always wins. So like Kira, it's just like he said he'll do it for nothing, but he always wins and takes the pot anyway. So but Barum, he wins more than he loses. Awant, yeah, he's all right.
As you guys are having this conversation, if you look up around the table, Amala just disappeared somehow and is over signing up.
Same with Vincent.
Yeah,
Vincent's
I'm
already
with-
over there.
Well, I
No,
think
the 3 of us are over there.
so it's just me and Gorple looking at it. It's like,
Okay, so here's my thought. I don't know what our silly friends who don't listen quickly and decided to sign up, because if they start wagering against each other, that's just dumb. We should all fight in one bracket each, and then that way we each get a fight. I don't need to fight because I know I don't really care, honestly. I imagine Vincent wants to eat a dragonborn, so he's probably signing up for that one. I just
I'll be honest. I already had my. I broke a sweat. I'm good. I'm gonna sit back and watch this one.
I mean,
You know,
we could
I
probably
would-
get bets.
This unbeatable guy sounds real tempting, but Amala had a gleam in her eye, and I'm not standing in the way of that. She's got something going on there. Hey, maybe it's Vasily's grandson or something, and then yeah. So
Okay.
I'm
Well,
good.
I'll wait till they sign up, and then I'll see if one of the slots that I don't care for is open, because that seems smart.
Sure.
Okay.
No,
All right.
I'd like to see Vincent. I'd like to just see what happens.
Okay. All right. So as you're having this conversation with Femin, the 3 of you are kind of like pushing your way through the group. There's only it looks like there's 5 names that have been put up there. So who wants to fight who is my question. So Amala, who is it that you want to fight?
Who do you think?
Kirad the Blessed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So there are 2 people who have signed up to fight Kirad the Blessed. One of them has put down the minimum of 100 gold. Like they put down 100 gold next to their name. Another person has put down 150 gold. So it looks like the other person's in the lead as to that person will actually fight them. So how much are you willing to put down?
Let's put down 225.
Okay. All right, so you put down 225 gold pieces, and then you put down your name and Kirat the Blessed. And as you do that, there are 2 individuals in the group of people you push through. Like, oh man, And as you turn around and you look to see who said it, there is like this really like buff looking human. And there's something a little off about him. Like one eye is gold and one eye is blue. But he's just like, oh man, fuck. I'm gonna roll something real quick. Yeah, he looks down. He pulls his pouch off his belt and he looks in there again. Kind of shakes for a moment. Fuck it, and he goes right up, crosses out the 125, and he puts 250 next to the name. And he just turns around and he just looks at you.
Amal's gonna look him dead in the eye. Just like huff out her nose a little bit. And she's gonna go in, cross out her 225, and put up 260.
Okay. You put up 260. And he goes, fuck. Good luck. Turns around and he just walks back into the crowd of people. So unless somebody between now and midday puts in more, it looks like you will be fighting Kirat the Blessed.
Unless one of my other friends would like to fight him instead.
Right. And Vincent, who are you interested in fighting?
Whoever the second strongest is, since Amala already called number one.
Okay. So there is only one person who has signed up to fight Baron Firefist. And you actually see that the name is Banza. And next to that is 150 gold pieces.
I'm just gonna put 260 down. I'm gonna max out from the get-go.
Okay. So you put 260 down for Barum. And nobody says anything. You just see a few people kind of like, ooh, yeah. And then they kind of look at you, Vincent, and they go, okay. But again, unless Banza decides to up her ante, and again, you can until the fights actually start, you can keep coming back and checking to make sure that you are the highest bidder at that point. Basha, who would you like to fight?
So what are the other options on this board? Who else is there?
It's three fighters. It's
so who's the third?
Awant the Swollen.
I'm like not sure if I actually want to fight. I'm gonna wait to see if the other two want to fight, because if we only three of us can go, one of the others might want to go.
There are 6 names on there who want to fight Awant the Swollen. And he has 25 gold next to his name, and each of these names, it looks like they've only incrementally put like 1 gold. Like, so one of them is 26, one of them is 27, one of them is 28. So the highest bid right now is 31 gold pieces.
I'm gonna turn around and be like, Warple, you want to fight this Swollen guy?
No, I want you to use your witch magic on them.
All right, so if the highest is 31, I'll put down... I'm not going to go incrementally because I'm just like, whatever. I'll put down 55 gold.
Okay. So you put your name down to fight Awant. And you put, was it 55?
55, because the highest right now is what, 31?
31, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just go 55 for now and see how that goes. I'll check it later.
As you do, there's a couple of people go, and they just kind of look at you. And like, okay. Like a couple of them just like, all right, she's gonna fight Awant. And they just kind of look at you like, okay. Like, and nobody seems to like fight you on the board to fight, for Awant to fight Awant. But they do seem a little confused.
I'm just as confused as you are, believe me.
But yeah,
hopefully it's fun.
But the appearance of this posting has definitely like invigorated people, because now folks they're starting to move away from the board now that people have kind of started signing up. And you can hear people like talking. A few people are actually talking about taking bets. based-
I'm in on those. Drover, I'll take care of this. I'm like, sign a little bit of like bets. I'm gonna bet on all of my friends. What are the odds? I don't care. I'm betting on them. Just they're gonna win. So it's cool.
Bonza just comes over. She goes, "Hey, look, just wait to see if they actually fight, and then we do bets like right before the fights actually start." So
perfect. I want to be on the ground floor for that.
all right, no problem. I really thought it was going to be my time for Barum, but I want to see what your friend Vincent there is going to do.
I also want to see what my friend Vincent does.
Yeah,
because I've seen him do things before, and I'm really interested in seeing what he does now.
Look, you should probably get a few sandwiches in him before the fight this afternoon, because he looks a little malnourished. I don't normally like to say these things, but he looks like a strong breeze could blow him over. So get a few sandwiches, maybe a steak. Like get a steak in him. That should be good before the fight.
I mean, he's tougher than he looks. He might be a string bean, but you got to work your way up to that kind of appetite.
I hope so, because Barum's no slouch. I mean, he's no Kirad, but Barum's no slouch. So I hope he does well. That's all I'm going to say. And don't worry, nobody dies in these fights. There's plenty of us who are like on hand, after the fights to heal people up, make sure they're okay. But it's all no holds barred,
That's really what I'm looking for, because that's going to be where it goes crazy. Chris, can I attempt to use like my ear to the ground / persuasion to learn more about the opponents so that I can give some insider info to my friends?
Sure. This is going to be a general
or insight, whatever,
I will say make a general investigation check with advantage for me.
Vincent, Firefist sounds up your alley. I think you're going to do well against him.
I'm not particularly worried.
I got a 14 investigation.
14 investigation. All right. Within, because there's like this buzz going on. So you actually do get pick up tidbits of information, and people absolutely don't seem to be worried about talking about the fighters. So what you do learn is that Kirad is a red dragonborn, but as people are talking about him, he doesn't sound like a normal red dragonborn, because they're talking about him in these hushed whispers, and that there's something a little different about him. But you don't get the normal thing. But what you do, in addition to learning how he's not your typical dragonborn, that he does use magic, but is also a fighter. So you kind of get those kind of tidbits of information. Barum Firefist is a human that follows the Stormlord. And he too not only uses magic, but hold on a second. Not only does he use magic, but is a fighter who fights in full plate mail, and is somewhat formidable. Alwant the Swollen is an older half-elf gentleman who has been in many fights. He's been a soldier in a number of wars. But he's not the greatest fighter, but he definitely he fights because he seems to enjoy it, and he gets a number of fights from Vasily, and he never turns them down. He seems to be a veteran of many wars and such, so that's pretty much what you pick up on those fighters.
Okay, I'll kind of get that info, and I'll head back to the table.
Okay, and as you kind of head back to the table, and people seem to be very they're anticipating these midday fights and getting kind of getting excited. Now knowing who the fighters might be, are kind of like talking about it and can't wait to see. You have the rest of the day ahead of you to either prepare for fights. You said there was going to be some possible shopping, definitely some conversations that need to be had, but that's not going to happen because that's where we're going to call it for the evening. All right.
So much roleplay tonight. I loved it.
It was
that was so
great.
good. That was good. All right, great game, everybody. That was so good. All right, so I know we ran a little late. Thank you so much for everybody who stuck with us. Thank you to my players also. I know we ran a little late, but that was great role playing. Good stuff happening.
Yay.
Next week, midday, Vasily's midday fights. We will see what happens. So we've got Amala fighting Kirad, Vincent fighting Barum, and Basha fighting Awant. So this should be interesting to say the least.
Oh boy.
I can't wait to lose against the Red Dragonborn. It's gonna be great.
So
I can't wait to like have this half-elf gentleman show up and just be like, "Are we flirting or fighting? What's happening?"
So so thank you everybody again. Thank you to my players, thank you to my mods, thank you to all of you who've been watching and supporting us and watching. We appreciate all of you. As we end, we always we're going to raid off to someone, so please, if you can, show whoever we raid off the love that you showed us this evening. And speaking of which, we had a lot of love happen over the course of the evening. So want to do some shout outs. Captain She Nerd, thank you for following the channel. I hope you enjoy what you're seeing so far. Unconventional Heroes, our good friends, Unconventional Heroes, thank you so much for resubbing. 5-month streak for 13 months. Thank you so much. Mama Shady resubscribed for 9 months. Thank you, Mama. And Lady Poopsie, love you so much, sweetie. Thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate you. And again, thank you to everybody who's watching. I know we ran a little late, but thank you so much for sticking with us. And we will see you hopefully next week again. We'll keep you updated. Things are a little crazy schedule-wise, but we will try and be here next week. But check the schedules to make sure. We do update the schedules here on Twitch, and also check our Twitter or Facebook. We will be making any announcements on those as well. So with that, remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. We love you very much. We will see you next time. Take care.